All right. Oops. Welcome in. Dynasty savvy. Almost said blood, sweat, and beers, but Dynasty and beers.
Dynasty and beers, yeah.
I, I didn't even name it. Yeah,
Have you ever done a Tuesday stream before?
We definitely have done at least
Okay,
one. At least one.
Yeah, yeah.
Because we missed a couple Sundays, so.
I was thinking if we ever wanted to have like a special show name for, when we stream on Tuesdays, how about Tuesdays with Dynasty?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's like the Mitch Albom book, Tuesdays with Maury.
No.
You ever heard of that? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Good book.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Have to, if I'm I'm not much of a reader. You'll never guess what's my current book, though.
What's that?
You'll never guess it, but I've been transformed by my girlfriend.
Okay.
It is Wicked.
Wicked.
Like
okay.
the Broadway play.
Right.
And it's based on that book, but if anyone, it's crazy. Like Wicked is like, I was forced to go to the movie, and then like I really want to go see the Broadway play. Like I'm definitely gonna go see it at some point in the near future.
Okay.
I didn't know anything about it. Of course, I've seen Wizard of Oz. It was amazing. So,
okay.
Definitely recommend Wicked for any of the guys out there.
Yeah,
It'll make your girlfriend or wife or whatever extremely happy. But really good soundtrack as well.
By the way, speaking of movies, so we talked about we're starting the film club in the listener league, but anyone out there watching our live streams or whatever is welcome to participate as well, because we might talk about the movie on the live stream occasionally if it's like if it ends up being like a good one. But basically, we have to choose like the first movie that everyone's going to watch for our little film club that we have here. So we were debating doing either There Will Be Blood or The Truman Show. So what do you think?
Those are two really good.
Right? Yeah.
And I just watched There Will Be Blood, and I had somehow just like never heard of it. I was saying to Dan, and like that, I mean, I was also like completely just like, well, not like completely hammered watching it, but like it was like so much that it was like I was like laser focused like on the movie and just like way too invested in like in 4K and like I don't know, like I've maybe watched like 2 movies in 4K. I don't know if you do you have a 4K TV, Dan?
No, I do not.
Dude, I did not think a 4K TV would be like. It is insanity. It is like real life. It is crazy.
Okay.
And it's really good with old movies. In fact, it was actually so good in another movie that I watched, like Allied with Brad Pitt, that like you could like actually see basically like the green screen at the back. Like it was like too good for that movie. It was weird. But There Will Be Blood. Yeah. Oh my. That was an awesome watch. And Truman Show. I don't know if you ever finished it, because I know you.
I never finished it because you'd recommended it a while ago. I saw like half of it and then never got around to finishing it, but it was great. So like I really want to finish it. So this would certainly be a good excuse to finish it if we chose that as the first movie. And then There Will Be Blood. That was a really hyped up movie back in the day, critically acclaimed. And so I saw it a few years after it came out. Bunch of years ago, and it was really good, but I haven't seen it since then, and so I can only remember bits and pieces and would love to watch it again. So what do you think? Are you feeling one over the other?
Yeah, I'm excited for both. They're like both awesome movies. So
okay. I kind of feel like I should finish The Truman Show, so I think that's the way I'm leaning. Maybe we could do There Will Be Blood as the second movie, but what do you think?
Yeah, I think The Truman Show is a little lighter too to jump into. I was calling the There Will Be Blood like, I was laughing. It was like, it's funny. It's because like the Breaking Bad laugh. Like if you were to watch it with someone, let's just say like someone that never even watched the show, like there's no like really laugh out loud moments. Maybe like one or two or here or there, but like the amount of times you're just like grinning while like watching something and you're like, this is so absurd, or like just some crazy like. I don't know. It's some crazy.
Yeah.
It's like it was like that. It was like like this. My God, like that actor. I forget his name. I think his name was the same in real life as the movie.
Lewis, right?
Yeah. Oh my! Like his eyebrow like was just like there was like a string on it, and I swear like by the end of the movie, like his one eye was closed like the entire time. And his like eyebrow was like up to the ceiling. It was like, it was so funny. But
Yeah. Okay, so maybe that'll be the second movie, and but yeah, so should we make it official here? The Truman Show is the first official movie of the Dynasty Savvy Film Club.
For sure.
Let's do it.
That'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so the Truman Show. So, what do you think? Should we say that you have to watch it by next Monday or next Tuesday? Should we give like a full 7 days and say Tuesday?
Yeah, let's do Tuesday, and then we'll aim for a Tuesday stream. Try to get it.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that. So yeah, everyone out there watching, whether you are in the listener league or not, if you feel like watching the Truman Show, we will discuss it probably next Tuesday on stream, and certainly in the league chat of the listener league. So anyone that wants to participate is more than welcome. So that is the move. So.
And what are we thinking? We do like a normal stream, and then we kind of talk about it at the end, or
I'm thinking we kind of just do like our normal Dynasty and Beers, and then we kind of make it like the last segment on Dynasty and Beers.
Yeah, and honestly, if someone wants to come on, like they can just join, and if they want to. Talk about it. I think that makes.
And break it down. Yeah, we could just kind of have like a spontaneous guest, whoever's in the live chat that wants to jump in. Yeah, we could have some fun with that.
Yeah, so that should be fun. Whether I have no idea what to expect. It's like 10 minutes or like an hour or like who the hell knows. I have no idea.
Whatever we're feeling, whatever we have time for, and it'll also depend on like how much we enjoyed the movie and how much we feel like talking about it. Because I mean, in this case, I guess both those are movies have either seen before, or in the case of me and the Truman Show, I've seen like half of it. But I'm sure a lot of these movie choices are going to be ones that we haven't seen before, because I think that's kind of the point, is that there are a lot of movies that are like we each have on like a list that like we've been wanting to see and never got around to it. So this film club is kind of just a fun excuse to like get around to seeing some of these movies.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Like, I mean, I'm already like so pumped to watch like There Will Be Blood again.
Yeah.
And then I mean, pumped to watch Truman Show. I think I actually did rewatch. Like, I didn't watch it like that long ago for the first time, maybe a few years ago. But then like, I think I just like rewatched it within the last year as well.
Okay.
So I'm ready to go again. Like,
okay,
it's, I think the rewatchability on that is like.
Yeah. And we got to do Glengarry Glen Ross. That's a movie I keep telling you about. I think might be right up your alley, where it's like it's one of those movies that's not a comedy, but it's hilarious. At least if you have the right sense of humor. So
and that's that's what I was explaining to you. Like that's just like my I just love anything like that. Yeah, so definitely have to do that. But anyways, we fired up the stream today because we were just yapping on the phone. It's not the usual stream day, but was talking about a bunch of stuff. I'm currently in a startup with Trent as a co-manager, just like, $60 league. It's not like a big one, but I knew it would be wild. Actually, Seb and Coder, like co-manager team, and Jacob's in there as well. So all guys from the channel, and I knew it was gonna be wild because this guy I used to play like competitive Madden. Well, not with him, I guess technically against him, but we were always kind of like friendly, and even like it's called like labbing together, like kind of like collaborating and like sharing stuff with each other. And so like he had saw that I was like posting this like big money league in. He just said it was too much for him, but we get in a league together. So I was really excited about like playing with him in a league with him. And he shared draft boards a couple months ago with me though. And because he said he played in mostly $25, $50 leagues. It was a different world from the drafts we do, as far as it's just, and I know why, because I play a different game when I'm in a $25 league versus a $200 league. It's it completely changes the strategy, at least like in some aspects. So he also said he invited the most like active players from his leagues and like trade. It is insanity. So it's just got me like thinking on all the startup stuff. It's just way too much fun to talk about. And I mean, it's hard to say, we're in the startup, like this guy's making a bunch of mistakes and I'm doing all the right things, but like as far as process goes, like maybe results wise, we don't actually know what's exactly likely or what the probability of things happening are. But process wise, like it's like all things like take the right process, whatever probability will be in your favor, or the odds will be in your favor. So I just think there's so much startup strategy that just like either like completely ignored, not thought about enough, or not talked. And just such simple stuff, but we could talk about as far as like maybe not. It's not maybe not so much about like the strategy itself of like just saying, oh, do this, do that, but it's like why? Like why are we doing this?
Right.
And I think there's some interesting reasons as to why.
Oh, totally. And I mean, there are a million different places we can start with this conversation. Maybe the first one that just comes to mind immediately is because, you mentioned how much the buy-up is, or how much the buy-in is, how much league dues are, how much you have to pay to get started in a Dynasty league, and what an impact that can have on, like, what strategy you take. So what are your thoughts on that specifically? Is it one of those things where is it similar if it's like really high and really low? Are those two kind of similar to each other, but then it's like different if it's in the middle kind of thing? Or
it's a good question. Because I'm thinking about, it's funny because I think my startup strategy actually remains really similar, but what happens outside the startup, I think, is a lot different as far as what I'm willing to do for tiering up, tiering down, whatever. Like, it's going to be completely okay to just, kind of quit while you're ahead. If you got a bunch of firsts and stuff like that, and just say, okay, I'll take 1 year off, and there's like $200 league, so I can like actually dominate the rest of the year instead. Right. But if you're in like a $25 league, like I'm more willing to just like keep pushing the chips in. Once like actually in the league, like I don't know if that makes sense. But as far as like the players you're willing to trade for, maybe in season, it's like the Jawan Jennings. Like I'm much more willing to like trade whatever the price is. Yeah, a second for that, like a player like that, and get these rentals. Like I guess like there's these minor things that kind of add up across. There's profiles of players I just like. Maybe I'm worried in one league, but I'm just like not really caring in a $25 buy-in league.
Yeah, okay, so if it's a low buy-in, let's start there. If it's a low buy-in, like $25 league, 30, something like that, is it pretty much just YOLO, just go for it, just try to win the championship, win the money, push your chips in, get those older, productive veteran players, and who cares about the future? Because, is your thinking that in these kind of lower buy-in leagues, they tend to be more casual, and if they're more casual, they might not last. The league might not last as long, and so you don't mind trading away your future. Is that kind of the thinking and logic?
Well, this is where I say it's kind of similar as the bigger leagues.
Yeah, exactly.
It's ultimately I kind of just do the same stuff, but the result might end up being actually pretty different, even though I still take the exact same path. But it's funny because it's actually just easier, so much easier to get more future firsts in a $25 league that I actually might be more willing to trade for more future firsts in there, which is there's a fine line though, because I'm still trying to win the league no matter. That's been my startup strategy, and we'll go into that of my approach, and we'll see. That's why I'll tell you, we'll talk about on a stream of this experiment I want to do this year as well. That I asked Jacob, and if anyone else wants to kind of chip in, the more people the better for our opinions. But we talk about all the time, the best team does not normally win the league. Now, they might be the most likely to win the league,
sure,
or at least come week 1, or if they still are the best team in week 17, which. I mean,
it might not even be the case.
Literally anything can happen. They're slightly more favored to win. If you get the bye, of course, that's the biggest thing, honestly. But I think my whole startup strategy, just in general, is the fact that I might be able to say okay, there's these certain player values on the board, a couple in the entire draft that just seem ridiculous. You shouldn't be able to get this player here.
Right.
But ultimately there's a couple players that I'll never touch, but the rest are just all right, they're fairly priced, and everyone just kind of has the same starting point. So the philosophy is just you probably hear a lot of other YouTubers say is just keep add capital and flexibility. Of course, but people don't do that. People think that the most valuable. I think this is the biggest mistake. People think the most value in your starting lineup equals more fantasy point. That is absolutely not true. Right. Like, Mike Evans was, like, wide receiver 6 in points per game last year. Like, who even would realize that?
Yeah.
So there's just, like, so many players and options to build a winning team with.
Yeah.
While also just absolutely loading up on capital. So that always remains a strategy. Mm-hmm. I don't know. What about you?
Just to sort of respond to that quickly, it sounds like basically what you're saying is like avoid those ADV guys, the artificial dynasty value, because those are the guys whose value is tied to their youth, their upside, things like that, rather than their actual production or how likely that production is to be this season. So it sounds like your strategy, and I can definitely validate this based on seeing you operate in startups, because we've done a few of them this offseason, and you definitely have a very specific strategy that seems to be pretty uniform, throughout each of these startups that I've seen you in, regardless of the settings. Although
it'll change definitely on the settings.
Subtly, based on the settings. We'll talk about that too. But it sounds like kind of the theme here that you're alluding to is get those undervalued productive players, like the David Njoku's, the Juwan Jennings, the Devontae Adams,
Ingram, and depending on the premiums, of course.
Especially if it's a heavy tight end premium for sure. So like load up on those guys, even like the Christian McCaffreys,
Connor,
guys like that
Adams,
Justin Fields, like the guys that give you that potential difference-making production, even if they're not valuable. So it's like the anti-ADV guys.
Yeah.
But on top of that, load up on future picks, like future firsts, future seconds, other things, and do that by trading back. And you might not get like a bunch of like young studs. You might not get those ADV guys, but like you'll settle for these older productive guys, and then you'll have like all these future firsts stacked up.
Yeah, and I think the big key is that like if you look at my rosters, at least for the way I'm approaching it, I think this is one of the biggest mistakes. So I'll just mention this quickly. People are like so one way or another. It's either I'm only picking young players and getting picks, or sometimes I'm just getting young players and not adding picks, which is even more interesting. Or I'm only taking guys that are 30 years old plus. Like it's like insanity. The key is that you actually just mix up your roster. If you completely just like shuffle your roster with like rookies / veterans that are 28 plus, guys like that, and you get a nice mixture, well, like, guess what? Like, a lot of those veterans are just going to play, like, more years than you expect. Some of them are going to just, like, not even make it through this next season. But then you have, like, those rookies that just come out of nowhere to replace. So it's, like, the lineup kind of just figures itself out as long as you can always get really unlucky. Or you might get, on the flip end of the spectrum, really lucky. And, like, all your veterans just, like, are Saquon last year or George Kittle last year or whatever, and and then you hit some rookies. So like you can't really plan that out. Like it's all just kind of random. Which is a lot of my like startup strategy. Is just like we think we know what's gonna happen, but like that was the biggest mistake I've ever seen in like startups. Whether it's my strategy, like my own draft or others, and it goes to like so many trades that we look in the past. Dan, we're like. Your infamous, like, what was it, CJ Stroud one? And it's like, dude, like, that was an awesome trade at the time for value-wise. But, like, we don't actually know what's going to happen. So, like, I think my whole startup strategy just revolves around just, like, leaning into just this gray area and uncertainty of, like, we think we know what we're talking about right now, but we just don't. Because not even the NFL, not even these players know what's going to happen. Next year. And
for sure. And I don't know, for some reason, just a random trade you made recently comes to mind. And even though it wasn't during the startup, I think it kind of reflects kind of your approach that you could have easily have done this kind of thing during the startup. This isn't the entire trade, but just for the sake of simplifying it a bit, you basically got like Jacoby Myers and a 26 first for DK Metcalf and a third. You know what I mean? And then you would also, the other part of the deal is you also tier down from Hawkinson to David Njoku. But I thought that was like such a classic Blake trade. It's just very sneaky. And even though DK Metcalf is, a good player and might even be undervalued. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. I sort of think he's undervalued, but like you're just.
But yeah, Jacoby Myers, like, what if Jacoby Myers outscores DK Metcalf? Like, it's not the craziest thing in the world, and then you just turn like a third into a first, and it's like, yeah, that's how you really get ahead.
Yeah, I mean that's a good example of like, maybe we would talk about this later of just like, there's certain trades where like the values. I thought the values added up. I really wouldn't have taken less in that deal. Like if you swap Jacoby Myers with like, I don't know, like even a guy I like Tillman, like I don't know that I'm making that deal, to be honest, because.
Okay.
Like I really like T.J. Hawkinson. It was kind of like going from one tight end I really liked to another one, and I've been behind Metcalf, so it's like it was one of those trades though. Yeah, where it's like, okay, I'll make this work, and like this.
Yeah.
In my mind, this seems like a smash for sure. But yeah, exactly. Like leaning into the extra capital. Yeah. Anyways, what were we?
Well, I was just saying. My point was that we think DK Metcalf will score more points than Myers, but.
And we think
that might not be the case. So it's like, if you're willing to take a future first to just bet on the 25% chance that Myers actually outscores them, like now you're really getting ahead of the game.
And we also think Hawkinson will outscore Njoku, which I think is like, very likely. But yeah, especially with injuries and stuff like that, again, Njoku's like one of those players that like, for good reason has the injury tag. But like when he's on that field, I mean,
points per game. I mean, it's probably like at least, like 60-40. Like, it's probably pretty close between those two.
Points per game wise, Hawkinson he was the tight end 1 prior to that knee injury. But even given that, like, I assure you, in these tight end premium formats, Njoku has more points per game.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if it was a non-tight end premium, maybe like Hawkinson would have a bigger edge because you project him to score more touchdowns and a better offense kind of thing. But yeah, in a high tight end premium like 1.0, that's where Njoku really, the gap definitely tightens there.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of goes to what my whole sharp strategy has been. Is like, it's like the Mike Ehrmantraut meme. It's like I'll never make that mistake again. The mistake I'll never make is just being like, yeah, hey, this guy goes in this round. That means he's gonna score. A fourth round startup worth the amount of points and maintain that value or gain. That's just not how it works at all. And so, additionally, the less you put in the less of your assets you put in your starting lineup. Well, guess what? Like the less risk you have for all this like crazy variance you have throughout the season. Yeah. And it's like, okay, if you let's say you lose on. I don't know, like, David Njoku, we'll just use that trade, or Jacoby Myers, like...
Who cares?
Like, who cares? Yeah, you can just...
little value invested in him, it doesn't even matter. It's like, oh, well, I have 4 future firsts, so I'm good,
Exactly, yeah. You could figure it out, and especially, in that deal, like, in a first to figure it out or whatever. Right. But, I guess, like, I wasn't even thinking that during the trade. I just thought Jacoby Myers was, like, interesting bench guy. It made sense. But he could outscore DK. I don't think it's likely, but...
Sure.
He could. He probably did lost.
20% chance or so.
He probably actually did the last 2 seasons points per game wise.
Probably, yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, I say it's not likely, but if it happened last 2, yeah.
It wouldn't be shocking, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Or they're just the same. I think it's probably that's like
could be the same production.
I think it's the biggest thing is it's just like the difference is just negligible.
Exactly.
So maybe not. Yeah, it just between.
You're not going to win or lose your league because you had Myers instead of Metcalf. Like same difference.
And that's the approach I take throughout a whole startup. Exactly. Where I see people taking the other approach often in startups. Yeah. They're coming up and they're getting their guys and they're saying, I don't know, like this player X is like, I need him. He's the league winner. He's busting on the scene, and it's like. I think it's fine to get your guys if you really think they're like
special.
Completely. I think the key is if you think they're completely undervalued. I think is like the big one. Where if a guy like I guess like Josh Downs might be like a popular one. It's like okay, if he's in the 9th round, the metrics and stuff support him. Like hey, we saw what Wandale did with Daniel Jones. Like as far as target share was insanity. So there's just some good reasons for a player like that, right? And he's also a lower cost guy. I think it's much easier to go all in on these like lower cost guys where it's like round 9. Okay.
Oh, sure.
If Josh Downs were to somehow bust, or just like, yeah, whatever, it just doesn't work out. Like, who really cares? It's really easy to figure that out.
Yeah, like if you want to trade up 5 spots to get the pick on the clock and secure Josh Downs, what's that really costing you? A later pick swap in the startup, or like a future third or something like that at that point? Like, the cost is so minimal. So like at that point, that's the time to like plant your flag on a guy and say, okay, you know what, I'm going to make a bet on Josh Downs. Like, Randy and I did that in the Aqua startup, which we completed recently. And of course, like a big rookie riser for me personally has been Jalen Noel, where I'm just trying to like get him everywhere I can. And I can't remember how many picks we traded up, but it was something like that, like 5 picks or something, half a round. And we just wanted to make sure we got him. So like I think we threw like a future third or something, and it's like, who cares? Like, we got our guy there. Like, that's where I'll make that bet.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, this is an interesting thing where I noticed we have like pretty different takes on, or we execute it. Because I would do, I guess, like, I'd say I do the opposite of that in my startup. Okay. Even though I really like, even if I really like a player, or whether it's Noel or not, or whatever.
Yeah.
And I guess here's an interesting one with Noel. Well, he's literally a 3rd round pick right now. So if you threw a 3rd round pick to move up a few spots to take him, like, ahead of ADP.
Maybe it wasn't that much. I was more thinking, like,
I don't know what you...
When I said throw a third, I think it was for, like, Josh Downs and round rounds.
Okay.
Noel's going rounds later. So, yeah, it probably wouldn't even be a third. It'd be like a 4th or...
Gotcha.
Something negligible, but I can't remember what it was exactly, but yeah.
Not to pick on the Noel pick, because I love Noel, but because I think you took him around 12th, was it?
I'll check. I'll check right now as you're talking.
And this is the whole other topic of like some those rookies that like are not projected. Well, they're basically just like darts, but even if I really like them, they are so hard for me to take in startups because it goes completely against my plan to like draft Darnell Mooney in the 13th round as a flex. Where it's like, okay, I can't afford to like draft Jalen Noel, and like if he doesn't do anything, like, okay, now I'm actually not contending because like a player that in the 13th round can live in your flex or whatever. So it is actually
counter 12 away, just to answer your question.
12 away, okay, yeah. I wonder where his like actual ADP is if you kind of plug in, at least if you plug in where his like he goes in rookie drafts, which is kind of like early 3rd every time.
Yeah.
It basically, unless like one of us take him like at late 12th basically. So, but anyways, I think we're at least we differ a little bit in the startup, especially maybe the later rounds. Did you guys take Fannin as well?
No, I think we wanted him. We did get around to Gaston. Yeah. We got Chigo Conquo. And I think we got another kind of interesting tight end. I'll look at our roster.
Okay, yeah. Because, my approach besides the flex thing and startups is like, okay, I might really like Jalen Noel, for example, or Dylan Sampson, or someone that we like. But in the startup, it's just like, oftentimes the rookies are actually just not the best value for, at least for the strategy I want to execute. I think it's important to say that, like, It doesn't mean they're bad picks because they could be the best pick. Basically, if they hit, they're basically going to be the best pick in that round.
Yeah.
It's just the way I'm building. Like I guess if I want to get one of those players, like I want to get them like right at ADP or behind every time, because that's like my entire strategy is like to pray and hope that I never have to reach on a single player.
Yeah.
And just kind of let like other people decide my picks for me.
Right.
And just kind of, keep moving back, and whatever I perceive as tiers is kind of like my big strategy.
The other tight end we got that I was trying to think of, it was Isaiah Likely. We got him at the 10:08.
Likely, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but and just to be clear, I mean, I generally agree with you, and I think, that Randy and I, if I remember correctly, we didn't trade up too many times. I mean, as you know, I don't trade up very often in startup. It's only in certain cases where, okay, this guy fell at a value where he's just like worth trading up for now. Or maybe I just really believe in a player late, like Jalen Noel, and I'm just trying to get some more shares of him. So, I'll throw in something negligible just to lock him up in, round 12 or whatever. But yeah, generally I agree with you, and generally I'm much more likely to trade back in startups. And as you know, in general, like I'm pretty much like the tear down king. So. Yeah,
no, exactly, and I mean that. Maybe we could talk about that now. It's like, the funniest thing that I was trying to figure out, and I think we figured it out.
Yeah.
Is that because the thing is like it's the difference between like just doing it because I know it's like my strategy, and like actually like consciously being like, okay, like that, this, and this is why I do that. And so like I think I pinpointed, why I am like, when anyone's in a startup with me, I have like 10 trade downs in the first like, few rounds or whatever, and I'm just taking any pick I can get.
Which is so unlike you, because outside of startup drafts, you rarely want to move off of your studs and tear down. Yeah. Like you're just, it takes a lot to get a stud off you. So it's like very opposite approaches.
Yeah, exactly. And it just like depends on the player. Like, I have to get something pretty close to it to want to tear off. I'm generally not gonna just completely, do these big. If you play in a league with me, you've probably seen I'm more so looking to actually tear up the studs, if I'm in a position to do so.
Yeah, and so we were talking before the stream about why that is, and basically what you said is that the reason you're more willing to tear down in a startup draft is because you still have so much opportunity to adjust to that and to make it work. Whereas after the startup draft, like everyone's teams are kind of like solidified and like not final, because you could still make trades, but it's harder to just be able to get player X off of someone. Whereas in the startup draft, if you're just like in round 5 or whatever, hey, you got like 20 more rounds to go. Like you have so much time to adjust and make deals, and everyone's active. So you have a lot more flexibility to adjust to a tear down in a startup, which is why you're more willing to tear down.
Oh yeah, and that's a really important message or to mention. Is like in startups, like I notice people, and again, it's not that I disagree with the take the best player and then try to trade them later, but I actually do disagree with it to an extent, because I'm not trying to have 4 quarterbacks. I mean, that's the big one is quarterback. It's so you can get away with it at receiver in a tight end premium league with a lot of flexes. You can absolutely get away. I think it's actually like a good strategy potentially to just load up on tight ends and. Yeah, running backs, you can never have enough of them if they're... hopefully they're not, like, all really expensive. But... I just, like, hate loading up quarterbacks because there's just so many right now.
They're not always easy to move, because...
They aren't.
Any given manager you look at, they might not be in the market for a QB because they already have 2, and they're happy, they're good, And
there's a difference between, like... Yeah, you might actually... be like really confident you can get off them, but like, are you getting off of them for anything equal or better than what the opportunity cost was to draft them in the first place? Like, I think that's like another thing is like, okay, you're just hoping to get the player you could have taken at that pick. Honestly, like, if who's out there trying to buy, and generally when you're doing that, you're drafting a guy like, say, Penix or Bryce Young or whatever, just like to a guy in the 5th to 7th round is like your third QB. Like that's where I'm more against. Okay, if you want to get Geno Smith as your third QB, that's fine, whatever. But it's just so hard to like actually take best player available, because it's not like if you're getting like a player a few spots behind ADP in the 5th round, it's like that's not such a value that like, oh, there's no one else I can pick here. Like he's one spot ahead of this other guy. Like I got to take him. It's like, no, like I'm actually am going to pick to make my team better, because like I can now formulate a team around this. I know I have this player in my lineup, call it Devonta Smith or something. Okay, now I know I have this receiver. I can build my team, or I know what my team looks like. And I think that's the big strategy that we're talking about, where I think it's completely fine to just keep trading down and out of picks. Yeah, I want all these studs. But if I move off my first round start pick, that's Jamar Chase. Okay, now I'm looking at what picks in the rest of the draft are a good value to, like, I don't know, that are first round redraft picks potentially, or guys close to it. And it's like, okay, you got Devontae Adams, Mike Evans, CMC is a big one for me this year. You could throw Derrick Henry in there technically, though he goes much earlier than I like. George Kittle, guys like that. So like, there's just like so many good options. There's just countless. So the more you sorry, you go.
I was just gonna say what's also funny is that, I guess like the downside of the strategy is like, oh well, you don't have like too many like studs, at least like dynasty studs. You might have like the redraft studs, it might be loaded up on that, but it's like, okay, you don't have like the young ones, you don't have the dynasty studs. But just talking about our listener league, I believe we're in so many leagues now, it's easy to get mixed up. So yeah, correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm thinking of the wrong league here. But in the listener league, I mean, that startup draft just ended like a few weeks ago, something like that, right?
Yeah.
And okay, you didn't have a lot of dynasty studs coming out of that startup draft, but in the few weeks between when that startup draft ended and now, you've already have tiered up and acquired, if I'm not mistaken, Amon-Ra St. Brown and Puka Nacua. And boom, now all of a sudden you add those two guys. It's like, oh crap! Well, now you even have the dynasty studs. Like, how did that happen?
And I somehow have 2 firsts. I have the same amount of firsts I came out with 26. Somehow. Yeah. So like, it doesn't even. And the funny thing, I didn't even make. I don't think I made a single one of those offers except I countered Seb's. I think is how we got that other one done. Okay. But it's like I wasn't even trying to tier up. Those deals just came to me.
Just came to you. Yeah.
But
see, those kind of deals come to you when you have what?
When you have first.
You have first, and you have like 4 of them. So it's like, it's no wonder why people looking to do a tear down or collect some future picks, all of a sudden, like, who are they going to look for? They're looking to Blake.
Yeah, exactly. And that's funny because I'm doing those in offseason, and it's kind of just lucky that those players became available. It's not every day Puka and Amon-Ra and stuff are just in your inbox, ready to accept. I was never counting on something like that. But part of the strategy of like taking these lower tier players is like, okay, I drafted George Kittle and Derrick Henry both in the 9th round last year in a startup that Joshy was in and Hawkeyes were in. And I was just like, this is insanity. Like, okay, Derrick Henry, like, he's just better than all the other running backs in round 9. Like, I wouldn't take him much earlier, but great pick. George Kittle, like, I was just like daring someone to take him, and everyone was doing the same. I'm like, okay, like, I have Mark Andrews. Fine, I'll pick Kittle, dude. Like, what are we doing? Like, he's not washed or anything. And they were the RB1 and tight end 1 through half the season. Right? They did me good. I was already, like, guaranteed to make playoffs. I was getting really unlucky. Actually, I should have got a first-round bye, but this weird scenario happened, like, in week 17 or week 14 where I didn't. But I ended up trading them both mid-season. I got, like, Nico Collins, some picks, and, I think I put a first in, but I got an early second back or something, and then it was just like this cluster of trades, but it's like I ended up getting Nico Collins for like effectively like 2 9th round startup picks and like a little bit more maybe, but it was just like it was him coming off injury. It was the perfect storm, and like I got the rentals.
You turn him into a 2nd round startup pick, 2 9th rounders. So it's like, when could you ever make a trade like that in a startup?
You can never do that in a startup. And here's the best thing. I got the rentals. Those guys just like absolutely carry me through the first half of the season. Here's the best part. I then played the owner in the first round of playoffs who was going all in. That's why I traded for them. Yeah. I dusted him in round 1 of the playoffs. Even though he had no future picks. Like, I traded him. I think he did actually. I think he did keep that first I sent him in that deal, or maybe he went and traded away. I can't remember. But he went all in. And it was just like, just like I'm playing the Dynasty game, he's playing redraft, and I kill him by 50 points or whatever it was. So it was just like, the perfect, I don't know. Like, I think it was like a perfect lesson of just like, well, when you're in the startup, hey man, these vets, like, they're pretty damn good at picks because they're going to go up in value. They're harder to get. And maybe it's not that Nico Collins will suck, but these guys get hurt. And there's so many windows where, like, if you have a first and you have a player scoring a lot of points, you could just damn well get about any player in season.
Oh, yeah. So, it's a good strategy. And you see the result. You end up with someone like Nico Collins, and you get to use the production of Derrick Henry and George Kittle for half the season plus or whatever. So, I mean, you're really getting the best of both worlds there. So, I love that. And, I also just want to say welcome to everyone watching. I got a few people in here right now. We got Seb in the live chat. He says, Dan, DK is connected to Aaron frickin' Rodgers. No, and I just got Brees. League is mine. Okay, so Seb is feeling pretty confident here in the listener league. I don't know. Oh yeah, definitely has a solid team. Definitely a team that's going to be in contention. I don't know why he's saying Aaron freaking Rodgers. I mean, I don't know when the last time he's been Aaron freaking Rodgers. Like it's been a couple years at least. I feel like, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I definitely see the DK. That's why I drafted him. I thought he was a great pick, but the Yeah, I mean,
I just got a trade offer. I don't know if you want to look at this live, but it's from Randy, so he usually sends like pretty decent offers. Oh man,
he sent me one too, I think.
Yeah, it's a three-way trade. So okay, is this what league is this in? Is this this looks like listener league?
Randy's got to be watching. There's just no way he's sending a three-way
exactly.
trade.
He's like, I'm getting Jalen McMillan, but I have to give up a 26 second, so I'm not crazy about it to start with here. But you would get Jahmyr Gibbs and a 26 second. You would have to give up Puka Nacua and Jacoby Myers. And then Randy would get Puka Nacua and Jacoby Myers, and he would give up Jahmyr Gibbs and Jalen McMillan. So it seems like I'm the one getting screwed in this deal. But maybe there's a trade to be worked out between you and Randy here. What do you think?
Yeah, this actually, well, I'll think about this trade. I need this one to let simmer in. I was just about to crap on first-round startup running backs. Is what I was going to do at the start.
Timing, right? Or maybe good timing. I don't know.
I'll figure it all out off stream, Randy.
Okay,
if you're watching.
Fair enough.
But maybe we'll segue to that, not to talk down Jahmyr Gibbs or anything like that. Because by the way, to even not do that, I've come to the conclusion Jahmyr Gibbs is my RB1 for Dynasty, though that. Really, ranking doesn't really matter because I think there's 3 RB1s as far as like.
Oh yeah, but you're not gonna get any argument from me. I mean, I watch that guy every Sunday. Like he's the real deal.
Yeah, I do think Gibbs is RB1 when you're just factoring it all in. I won't even go into that, but yeah, there's a lot of outs of like how he's already good with Monty there.
For sure.
But one thing I noticed when I'm doing startups this year, and I had to force myself to draft a chain in the current startup. But the thing is, like, I had to force myself to do it because I didn't have any chain shares, and he's, like, impossible to trade for in a draft. And so, like, even though his startup value is, like, really expensive in the 3rd round, or, like, late 3rd, well, when you get apparently it's more in a real league, for at least all the chain owners. I've went knocking on basically every chain owner's door. It's like, you need to add to a first, seriously, you need to add a first to Breece Hall, is what the guy told me the other day. And you need to add Ted McMillan to Travis Hunter to get a chain in my late second back. So, like, these are... I mean, I don't even know if I would trade that for, like, Chase, you know? Like I think I would think, like, arguable for... Like, I just would hold my 2 top 8 receivers or whatever, NFL picks over any other receiver. So, I had to force myself to take a chain. And this got me thinking. That, like, I think, like, running backs, like, might be the worst picks in startups, even though they're really, really good. But I know the reason I think this also is because, like, Breece Hall is the cautionary tale. And if you go year over year over year over year, Najee Harris, I mean, my God, like, if you go back, there's got to be at least 1 or 2 guys every single year that just, like, completely fall off the... Like, I mean, they might even, like, be like 30% of what they're worth the year before. I mean, as bad as that. Najee Harris went from like a 1st-round startup pick to a 5th-round startup pick from his like rookie year into like his 2nd year off season. So even though like I think like Jahmyr Gibbs or Bijan are insanely good, well, I thought about Breece Hall and I still do. And I think that's the issue is I still think Breece Hall is just as much worth as he ever was. But the market doesn't think so. They think Breece is washed. Like, they generally think that Isaiah Davis is just like gonna eat his lunch. So
it's crazy. That's the thing. Yeah, they can lose value so quickly. So it's like even when you think like okay the market's wrong, but like
you can't do anything with it. You have to keep it.
I mean you can hold a player, and then if you're vindicated and they have a great season, their value goes up. But it's probably never going to return to being like 3 firsts again, which is basically what it was like a year ago. As hard as that to believe now because it's so far different. I mean, we basically just saw Breece Hall. I mean, so many trades go down to the listener league. It's hard to keep track of all of them. But if I'm not mistaken, someone in the listener league, I believe, in the past couple of days, basically just moved him for like a single 26 first.
Yeah.
So it's like his value just cut. It was just like a third of what it was a year ago.
Yeah, I would say it's exactly half of what it was last year. I think like basically like a I don't know like the true like mid first. And, like, any plus of, like, around a second is, like, enough to get Breece Hall from a guy that's, like, as long as they're willing to sell him, that's, like, obviously, like, that's the market for him.
Yeah.
You would basically have to pony up 3 firsts for Brees, or 2 in whatever you want to, 2 and 2 seconds, and whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 2 firsts, a second, and a solid player. Yeah.
If you look at a startup ADP, like, okay, well, he only moved like this, but I'm more so talking like his actual trade value
just at any given moment. Yeah,
is really cut in half. And
best.
Yeah, exactly. So like that to me is like, I mean, number one, that's buy Brees Hall. Number two, that's like, I just don't know if I want to touch. I do have a Bijan and I have 1 Gibbs share, and it's like, okay, I do own them. They're really solid teams, so it's just like I can just justify just hanging on to those ones. But like moving forward in all these startups, like even when I've been picking there, like those guys are just completely off my board. Like there's just no chance I'm taking a running back there. And I mean, it just doesn't matter how good I think they are. And I think this is also just come to, there's guys like CMC and I mean a million players down the board, K9 and stuff like that.
What about Ashton Jeanty? Because Randy and I got him at the 205. We thought that was a good value, but would you still have a guy like him off your board at the 205? And he's a year. He's
tricky. See, he's the trickiest. See, I say Gibbs is the RB1, but here's the thing. I think the opportunity cost RB1, if we're going to talk about like the actual elites, is Jeanty, because you're actually getting him like notably cheaper, and he's notably younger as far as he's 2 years younger. So I guess he's like the opportunity cost RB1. I would completely agree with that.
What does that mean? The opportunity costs are.
You're not paying the same for Gibbs as you are Jeanty.
Yeah, and plus, like, I mean, Randy and I were actually negotiating in the listener league a deal where I was trying to get Gibbs just because I thought, like, yeah, it'd be fun to own a second Gibbs share. Being a Lions fan and just him being awesome and everything, and I only have like 1 share of him.
Yeah.
So, he wanted like Ashton Jeanty plus, and as you can imagine, that was a tricky negotiation because I'm thinking like, well, man, like. A year from now, it almost seems probable that, if Jeanty is, even close to what we think he is, like, unless Gibbs just has like an all-time great legendary season, which is possible. But like anything short of that, if Jeanty's good, like he's probably worth more in Dynasty a year from now. So it's like
that's just one of those deals. There's no chance I'm making that trade up.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, we were, I don't know, semi-close, but it just kind of seemed like. Yeah, I just wasn't willing to pay what Randy and especially his co-manager Reed, who was even apparently higher on Gibbs, wanted.
Well, for the people in the chat, feel free to chime in, and we'll read these messages. Actually, they're going on there in a moment. But for me, I think there's going to be a big difference between how someone might really disagree with me. My opinion is not going to be based on like the results of this year or last year or whatever. Like, I don't really care about the results of, like, I know that Gibbs can be the RB1 and can have a legendary season, but, like, if anything goes wrong, like, dude, I mean, we're talking Brees Hall cut in half. It could even get worse than that. Imagine Brees Hall tore his ACL again. Like, now we're talking, like, really, really bad for his Dynasty.
Funny enough, I mean, see Brooks, Jonathan, right?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So, like... Yeah, I mean, there's Jonathan Brooks for himself was, a guy I just, like, couldn't click on last year, even though I could see the path of, like, why he was a good pick. But he had a freaking torn ACL. Yeah. So, anyways, that's a great example. The running backs are just, like, it's not that I don't want, like, valuable running backs. It's just that, they're just the worst asset to have by far. And I would say in comparison, and it's why like in startups, I think like this year I've actually been a little bit more willing to draft like the middle round guys, but I'm talking like CMC, K9. I mean, actually, really, those are like the only couple guys I've been targeting. But I would take like, I don't know, some other guys in there if they do fall the right value, which they often get taken.
James Cook, Josh Jacobs,
sure.
Brown.
I'll take all of them if they fall the right value. They haven't done that in any of the drafts I've seen, really. So, draft to draft. But I would say the Camaras and the Connors, okay, you could say this is the year they fall off, but we have been hearing that since 2023 at least. Here's my thing that I just don't think is ever talked about. and tell me what you think about this. People call James Conner, Kamara, even Mixon, just throw all these guys in that are worth like a second or varying ranges of a second. They say those are the risky assets. I say they aren't, because I'm saying you're investing nothing into these guys, and you're getting like week to week, like you are getting guys that like literally finishes the RB1 week to week. Yeah. These guys can outscore Bijan and Genty and Gibbs any single week that you're given, as long as I get it. Yeah, there's all the age and how. That's all mega baked. How many James Connors could you have for like would one Gibbs get you? Like that's a good thought experiment. How many of those guys could you have if you could duplicate them or whatever? Like what's like the percentage of Gibbs that he costs? Like is it even?
Oh God! I mean, basically Connor's worth like a second, and like Gibbs is worth at least like 3 firsts, like mid first or at least random or
I'm not. Yeah, I've never even thought about this, but like, we know that 2 seconds don't equal first.
Yeah, you need at least 3. So basically,
so let's call 3 seconds per first.
Yeah, so basically, James Conner's worth like a ninth of what Gibbs is worth.
Yeah, so about 10%, and even I got an offer of 3 seconds for a first. By the way, my startup, and I declined that. So like, let's just round down and say 10%. He's worth 10% of Gibbs, and guess what? He can outscore Gibbs week to week. I think the important part is week to week he can outscore Gibbs, but they still have like the exact same risk, which is like, okay, they both can get hurt, they both can tumble in value, but like, not only is the cost a tenth of it, well, the risk is like, I guess technically a tenth, because who's to say Gibbs or Brees or all these guys can't go to 0? They can. There's a million things that could happen. So it's when I'm in a startup, like even Brees Hall, who I think is a really good value, I still haven't been able to click on him, which says a lot about like how I think in a startup. And it pains me because I want Brees Hall, but he's a guy to get after the startup.
Right.
So I don't know. What do you think?
It's interesting. Yeah, when you think of it in those terms with like James Conner compared to Jahmyr Gibbs, it almost seems like insane to like invest in a Jahmyr Gibbs, like when you put it that way. So that's really interesting. I never really have thought about it in quite those terms. Yeah, that he's worth like 10%, but yet
I've never heard anyone ever reference that, but I think that's true. I think he is worth 10%.
Pretty much, yeah. Because I mean, if you offered 10 seconds to the Jahmyr Gibbs owner, I mean, let's ask Randy right now. Randy's in the chat. Like, if I send you a trade offer of 10 seconds for Jahmyr Gibbs, like, I'm thinking you're probably declining that pretty hard.
Probably, and actually, this segues perfectly into what I was about to say. Now, it's interesting because, okay, 10 seconds, let's play the theory. Actually, this is a perfect one. We'll just use this one. Because there's 2 ways to look at this, by the way. Dynasty value, you're like, no, like, I'm not trading my stud for 10 seconds. What the hell? Like, but here was my thought experiment that I was going to give you. I was going to say, like, I was going to use your boy Marv, of course, because I thought he was interesting because he's not, like, it's not so easy just to decline this because he after one season, he hasn't put up elite numbers like Gibbs or whatever. But I was going to say, what if I told you, and let's just live in a magical world here where, like, you have don't even worry about roster space. Just live in the moment here, okay? If I offered you the entirety of the 3rd round of whatever class, like, it could be
301 to 312.
And you don't worry about the roster space. Yeah. Would you rather have Marvin Harrison or every single 3rd in a draft class?
God, that's so weird. Okay, let's just kind of take this logic and extrapolate that. Like 3/3 are worth a second.
Well, sorry. Let me stop you there because that actually wasn't what I was trying to get at.
Okay, that's where my mind went. But
here's what I want to get at, and this is like why it's the thought experiment, because this will never happen, but it can be applied to a startup though.
I would decline it though, just to answer your question.
For value wise, of course.
Yeah.
But let's maybe use past 3rd round rookies like rounds. Just here's what I'm trying to get at here.
Oh, you mean like the players that actually went there?
And that's what I'm saying. Don't worry about roster space. Let's live in the world where, like, dude, no one's accepting that deal.
Okay, so how about this? How about let's look at like the 2023 class. Like, let's go to just some random dynasty league of ours. We could pull up the rookie draft results and just
go through
players that, like,
let's go to Blood, Sweat, and Beers. let's look at every third round.
Yeah. So yeah, if you just took if you got every player that went in the third round and just put them on my team and I had unlimited roster space, what would that look like?
Yeah, let's just pretend it's extremely deep bench and you've formulated a roster, whatever. It doesn't matter that part.
It doesn't matter.
It's just to see like what actually is better. So let's go to 2022 because that's the first rookie draft.
Oh, okay. Also, by the way, this would be another fun thing to do because, as you know, I love to collect picks in my Dynasty leagues. No joke, like I might have a league, maybe even multiple, where I actually own 10 second-round picks right now. So if you want to actually try out this, that experiment that we were talking about a moment ago, I could send a trade offer, live here on YouTube, 10 seconds for like a Jahmyr Gibbs, and we'll see what happens.
I say do it.
I'm sure it'd be declined, but we could try it.
I say try it in a moment here. Let's see what happens.
I wouldn't be mad if that was accepted. Like I'll give up all my future seconds for Jahmyr Gibbs.
Okay. Hey, maybe you'll change your mind though after this. But of course, there's the rostering and everything. Yeah. And here's the other thing: some of these guys hit immediately. Some of them are like major hits 2 years, 3 years down the road. And that's what I want you to think about though in this experiment. Is don't think of their value now. Think about their peak value. Okay?
Okay.
John Menchie. Alec.
So by the way, are you can you screen share so everyone
can see? Yeah. Sorry, That's a way better way to do this. I think this is gonna lean, like personally, I think it's gonna lean to like take the third round if you could live in this world where you could roster all this.
And by the way, I'm not even entirely sure where you're going with this, but I'm definitely looking forward to finding out what's behind this whole thought process question here.
I started thinking this because I was offering Seb like basically like 6 things worth like thirds and like early fourths and stuff like that, and I was like, yeah, this deal looks really good on paper for me, but I'm like, wait, what if just like one of these guys hit? Like all of a sudden like this deal isn't so good, and I don't know, like we just don't know the odds. So like I was just thinking, what if there was some ridiculous offer that would never be accepted, like all these thirds for Marv. It's like, is that like I don't think you. I think like you should actually take the 12 thirds in this scenario. So let's actually see if that's even right.
And real quick, can I just like catch up on a few comments? Because I feel like we've been collecting the live chat a little too long. But looking here, so Randy is here in the live chat. He said just sent y'all a trade. We definitely saw that. And then Randy says, I'm not even going to lie, y'all. I definitely didn't think y'all were streaming. And Seb says, the YouTube league is my favorite league by far, but second favorite team. Trade after trade, W league. Hey, appreciate those words, Seb. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's the most active league that Blake and I are in by far. I think it's the best league we're in by far. It's been awesome. And, I've been loving it. And then Randy says, no trades with me, though, with a sad emoji. I just can't seem to get it done. Shaking my
That's right.
effing head. Yeah. So, well, although I was going to say, because Randy made a comment, like a similar comment in the league chat of Listener League today. And I was kind of thinking, like, why is Randy having so much trouble trading? Because he's actually a really great trade partner because he's smart, he's reasonable. Like, we get a lot of deals done in our other leagues. I think the reason might be is because he has a lot of his value invested in running backs, and those highly valuable running backs are not easy to move. So I think that might be part of the reason. And then Seb says Dakota will trade you. He's been saying he wants go F up his team for me. I'm not even sure what exactly you mean there, Seb. Maybe you can clarify. Oh, Marvin Harrison. I think he left that out. But wait, I don't know Marvin Harrison. I'm sorry. Dakota said Marvin Harrison. I don't know. Not totally following this. Not doing a great job reading this. But then Dakota says, you guys are searching for the wild realm where Connor is better than Gibbs. Yeah.
That's the key. That's the key, though. It's not. It's can he be a 10th as good as Gibbs? Like, I don't know. Like,
he doesn't need to be better because obviously he's worth
obviously
10%. If he's even 20% of Gibbs, or even more realistic, like half as good or whatever, like you're winning that.
Which he is always going to be unless he's hurt or just is like retired. So it's just an interesting. No one like I like to think outside the box on these things of just like and just like not conform to like. Yeah. I need Jahmyr Gibbs. Like the market says he's the RB1. It's like I don't know. So maybe we'll come to a conclusion of or just like a different thought process. But look at this third round.
But just to summarize or to clarify the point there, if James Conner gives you 70% of the production and he costs 10% of the price, on the market and via trade in a dynasty league, that's a pretty big discrepancy there. That's like a 60% discrepancy where that's pretty much just like pure value for you. So hard not figure that's a win. Now, obviously, Jahmyr Gibbs could be amazing for 6 to 8 years, whereas like Connor, you're hoping to get one more great year out of him. So obviously, there's a reason that they're valued different.
Let me add something though. If he costs 1/10 of the price, you can get 10 James Connors over 10 years for one Gibbs, and you could James. This one's gonna get hurt. That one's gonna disappoint. Yeah. Well, some of those are gonna be better or whatever. But here's the thing, it's one shot with Gibbs. If Gibbs goes down, if one thing happens, it's over. You lose your 10 James Connors. So
whereas if Connor goes down, okay, well I'll just spend a second the next year to get the next James Connor.
Think about it. Like if you had somehow like just in this world where you 10. Let's just say you got 10 now or whatever. Okay, you go back and you keep moving them back and you just keep staggering them. And hey, now you're all of a sudden you're getting pluses on top because you're moving your second back. Some of them are early, but I mean it's a pretty funny thought experiment that you can get 10 rentals.
Yeah.
That in this market are gonna be potentially RB1s.
Yeah, I mean, what if in a dynasty league you're just planning on every year my RB2 I'm going to acquire
with a second
early in the season by trading away my second round pick of the next year, and that's my RB2 every year.
Yeah, I think that's genius. And here's the thing: if you somehow pull that trade off where you got, let's say you had the 10 seconds again, if you're trading a second back into next year, and let's just assume it keeps being the same pick, the middle pick, which it's not going to be. Sometimes you're going to get early. You can absolutely trade a mid-second into a second next year and get I don't know, even a third next year or something. So all of a sudden now you have a second and a third to trade every year. It's not even just a second. So you have a second plus to deal with or a player or whatever.
So you can use the future second to get your running back and then trade the third on the clock for a second the following year. And then boom, you'll never run out of value, right?
You could, but you would already have all those 10 seconds. So you wouldn't even need to do that. You now have a... Right. Anyways, this is a crazy thought experiment, but I think the point is just I'm trying to figure out a good reason to actually go ahead and acquire these guys, which is so funny that I was thinking all this stuff's very specifically a lot today and a little bit yesterday of just man, because I've been in the startup and it's people are drafting these running backs and it's man, I love a chain and I had to go get them, but God, the 3.9 is it's still really pricey, man. And I think what it gets to, just to really sum up my thoughts on it, I think we overstate way too well our confidence of, obviously the whole point of this conversation is running backs are extremely fragile. One thing can happen. One season you've plummeted 50% plus like Breece Hall, even if you're still really good. Well, the market just assumes a guy like CMC, who's been my favorite guy, that he's potentially cooked this year. And if not cooked this year, okay, he's probably cooked next year. I really think that's extremely priced in right now.
Pretty much.
Number one, what if he isn't cooked this year?
Okay, he's good for 3 more years.
Exactly. If he's not, okay, yeah, and I think the thing is, if he's good this year, number one, okay, you get a league-winning season out of him, because that's all he's ever been, and I think that's completely reasonable to think. Otherwise, I don't know what a league-winning veteran running back would be, because he's the definition of it. He's the best fantasy running back we've ever seen. He's never not been good basically on the field, and okay, the 3-game sample where he didn't score a touchdown, right? Last year, that's all we got for evidence.
Yeah.
Now, what if he is good for 3 years? He could outlast Jahmyr Gibbs. He could outscore Jahmyr Gibbs, and he could be he could be better in that 3-year window. And for all we know, Jahmyr Gibbs might just be Todd Gurley and just or whoever it is. I'm just using Gibbs because he's the guy now. But It could be any of those guys. It could have been Brees last year. You could use that as an example of. You could use Bijan right now and all these top guys. And I think you could use a chain. A chain could be literally have like one of the best seasons ever this year. He could be the RB1, and he could go absolutely 0 like the next year. I just don't think that's out of the range of outcomes.
Yeah, so, yeah. And if you have Jahmyr Gibbs, you're making a pretty good case of like, hey, trade him for CMC and 2 future firsts, right?
I think, yeah. Oh my God, if you could, dude. If someone when they were trying to sell me a chain, because I was just like, okay, what do I got to add to go from Brees to chain just to fix my exposure, right?
Yeah.
A first, I told him I wouldn't trade Brees in a first for any running back in Dynasty. I wouldn't do it. Like, why would I do that? I already have an elite young running back. Like, I can go, like, there's so many more things I could do with a first.
Unless you would, like, let's say you traded Brees in a first for Jahmyr Gibbs, and then you traded Jahmyr Gibbs for CMC and 2 firsts, and then now you've come out ahead, but yeah.
If I knew I could do that, but what I was going to suggest is, yeah, go get a first and maybe even plus for Brees Hall.
Okay.
Like a first in Brees Hall, and hopefully more for Gibbs or Genty or whoever it is, and then go turn, if you want, Brees Hall into CMC and like
a second.
I don't know, maybe you get like 2 seconds on top. Like, maybe. I mean, it's kind of hard. Like once you get in that range, you just never know. You might get a first, you might not even get a second. So,
I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, a lot of people, it's hard to get 2 firsts for Brees, even if like he should be worth that. So if I was moving off of Gibbs, I would probably have to insist on like Brees and 2 firsts, even if I have to like add something to Gibbs, even if I have to like add a second or add, Juwan Jennings or, whatever, kind of solid player worth a second or, something like that. But like, I would rather like add something relatively minor to that, but like make sure I'm getting Brees and 2 firsts. And then, at that point, then if you want to tear down even more and Brees for CMC and a second and a third or something, sure.
Yeah, I mean, the best one would be just, go get CMC and 2 firsts and whatever you got to add, just do it. If it's 2, even if it's like 2 seconds and you got to stack, whatever it is, just throw like some junk away in the trade that like is Khalil Shakir. Just throw away Khalil Shakir.
Right, throw him in the deal. Yeah,
perfect.
Here, take him,
They'll give you credit. So
yeah.
That is like, honestly, I think that's like it's an unlosable trade. It actually is. Even if Gibbs is CMC in his career, I don't know how you lose that trade. One of those firsts could end up being better than Gibbs next year, like genuinely. Obviously, it's going to vary of which ones you get and stuff, but.
So what's the kind of working philosophy here that we're kind of cooking up? Should it be that you should never, in theory, I mean, we're just sort of spitballing here, like nothing set in
If you have, I think it's really clear, if you have one league, if you're playing in 1 or 2 leagues, like, do not
never have more than like a first of value, give or take. I mean, okay, maybe basically never invest in a running back that's worth like 2 firsts or more, basically.
Yeah. Just like stay away from elite running backs, and just try to draft them, just try to hit on them, and then use them and flip them, kind of thing. Like it's kind of like tight ends. Like I unless I'm in a 2 PPR basically, or I guess a 0.75 is kind of the cutoff.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to draft the next big tight end or get a cheap one. But yeah, I mean, it's a losing strategy to invest into elite running backs.
I mean, you're definitely making a good case for that. But here's the big question. We're both in, double-digit dynasty leagues.
Yeah.
We each have a few, at least, a few fairly loaded teams where, we're easily one of the top 3 teams in the league. We're one of the favorites to win it. It's just like a loaded roster. And you have like to steal a term from Dynasty Domain, the guys on YouTube, they would call that an elite value team, where just your value. Like if you were to look at it on like Dynasty value, like it would be like the big tower that's like kind of towering over everyone else in the league. So if you have a team like that, where it's just like it's basically like a super team, and you own like a Jahmyr Gibbs, a Bijan Robinson, one of those teams, are you tearing down? Like if someone in that league sent you an offer right now, you get the notification on your phone, they're offering you CMC and 2 firsts for your Jahmyr Gibbs. Are you accepting it in that scenario? Or, I mean, like, would you still do it then? Or are you just saying like, F it, like that's an auto accept?
Okay, this is perfect because I have the 2 leagues I own, one in Gibbs in and one in Bijan in, are like legit super teams.
Okay.
And I'll tell you about running back in room and one, which is going to be funny because you're going to be like, okay, what are you even talking about? But again, this is something I've been thinking of really recently.
Hey, just to finish the thought, though, but basically what Dynasty Domain has said is that if you have an elite value team, basically like never down tier. Now, I don't know if I entirely agree with that, so that's partly why I'm asking the question to see, like, are there exceptions to that? Do you agree with that statement? But their contention is that if you have an elite value team, there's just like no reason ever down tier. So
I disagree because CMC has been the RB1. So in this scenario, absolutely. If specifically if like CMC is on the board, or a like literally like a just an absolutely elite redraft right now.
I know you also like Kenneth Walker. What if it's Kenneth Walker in 2 first? Is you still doing that?
Yeah, I mean, here's where it gets a little tricky though, because sometimes you actually own that running back, so it's like, okay, now you gotta go like, is it, this other guy? Is it like
Chuba Hubbard in 2 first?
Is it Chuba Hubbard? Now it's like,
where do you cut it off?
Yeah, now it gets to get a little interesting, and that's just where like, okay, what first am I getting? Like, am I getting the best team in the leagues first or second, or am I getting like a guy that actually, if those picks are gonna miss playoffs, like I'm not even thinking about it. I'm accepting every time.
No, but for the sake of argument, to make it a tougher question and also a more realistic one, because usually when teams are sending you future firsts, I mean, sure, every once in a while you get lucky and you get that one that might project early or whatever.
Yeah.
But usually it's pretty safe and realistic to say that more often than not, when you get offered a future first, it often projects mid to late. So let's just call both the first in this scenario. They're both project mid to late. Let's say one's in 26, one's in 27, and it's a team that's contending. Like you would project them to probably make the playoffs. Have a chance to win the championship. Maybe not a favorite, but a solid contending team. And they're offering you Chuba Hubbard and 26 first, 27 first, both projected mid to late.
That's where it gets interesting when you stagger them. People are hot and heavy about the 27 first, which is completely understandable. Yeah. But we know, but like, just let me sidetrack for a moment here.
Okay.
Carson Beck, Ollie Gordon, Donovan Edwards. These are Keyshawn Boutte, if I didn't list him already. These guys are all supposed to be like, top prospects come out. I'm not saying that like, the Jeremiah Smith and stuff. Like, okay, these guys are gonna be Keyshawn Boutte. They could be. Like, dude, we're 2 years away. So like, and also like, there's a bunch of other great guys that I'm not even listing, and people from the 26 class come back. Some of those guys from the 27 class, we don't know if they're gonna come out of that class. I think it's just like crazy that people are choosing. I was talking to Jacob about this. I'm like, I'm taking a 26 first over a 27 first, unless it's somehow, which is like never gonna happen really. Although you did pull it off one time, unless it's a 27 like early first guaranteed.
Oh, for sure. But assuming like they're both
the same,
project like mid, or they both project late, all other things being even, 100%, you need to take the 26 over the 27. Yeah. If you don't, like, I think that's kind of crazy.
It's just crazy because who's like, I think it's the easiest to just say the 106. Are you gonna tell me someone like is not gonna send you like one first for the 106? Like, that's insane.
Are you telling me that by the time we get to the 2026 rookie draft and whatever dynasty league we're talking about, that people aren't going to be sending their 27 first to get a pick on the clock in the first round? Like, it's gonna happen.
You're off your rocker if you think that you can't. And here's the thing: people are like, oh well, what if I get Jeremiah Smith? Okay, well, what if you get the 112 in that class?
Right.
Which is if someone's willing to trade their 27 first, like they're probably like reasonably a good contender. Yeah. Whatever. It doesn't even really matter.
Cases,
yeah, that part doesn't even really matter. What if you can get a 26? Like, what if the 26 pick is just better than the 27 one? And again,
and you get like a plus on top because you could trade it in the 27 and get a plus on top. So
I just don't know how we have
a value 27 over 26.
And my biggest argument as well is just like, dude, Jaden Daniels. I mean, even Ashton Genty, like, no one thought he was going to be the 101, or maybe, like, one person did some hot take or whatever. It's like, oh, he's going to be the best running back. Yeah. Like, Joe Burrow, BTJ.
Burrow came to mind,
Dude, BTJ. I'd say Dalton Kincaid. Like, guys like that. I mean, hey, Devon Chain, like, sure, maybe these guys are good in college, and we're like, yeah, they'll get drafted, but, like, these are, like, literally elite players or good players or elite prospects.
even like Vlad McConkey, just like guys that emerge, or even like Jaden Reed. Like, did anyone think that Jaden Reed was going to be a second-round pick in the NFL draft? Yeah. Like, guys that emerge, you know?
Every year, there's just guys that come literally out of nowhere, and oftentimes these guys that come out and Tyler Warren, guys that come out of absolutely nowhere are like
fifth-year breakout, and then we were actually, you know, we actually really like these guys and think they're great prospects all of a sudden. So.
Yeah, you know, sometimes these guys are actually like the best players in all of Dynasty. So, my point is, that's the sidetrack is like, I don't understand that thing. But so anyways, I like 226 first way better than a 26 and 27, unless of course I know it's somehow early. That's just not going to be if we know it's early, it's not going to be offered to you. So. Things do change a little bit.
The question I propose is someone's offering you for your Jahmyr Gibbs, they're going to give you Chuba Hubbard. Mid to late 26 first, and then mid to late projected 27 first. So what are you doing with that?
Yeah, that's where it gets a little interesting because you get the stagger, and it's like, okay, well, now I'm factoring in what's the buy-in? What is my team already?
The buy-in is $50.
Okay, yeah, I mean, here's what I will say: if I'm in like a $25 league or something,
yeah,
I'm more willing to just keep Gibbs.
Yeah,
much more willing. If I'm in a $200 league, down tier all day. Like,
okay,
yeah. I'm just leaning the variance of just...
Okay, so you're saying you would consider accepting that, or, I mean...
And also, what's the starting? I think it's start 11 is like really where I open up to like...
Let's say it's start 11.
Yeah, okay, down tier.
Start 11.
Down tier. Yeah.
Okay, so you're taking Chuba.
Yeah, I'll take Chuba. As long as it's like... I think the exception is just like... As long as it's not... Literally, like, somehow it's not like the best teams first. If it's the best teams first, I might feel like I should get more.
So if it's like, you know, well, I think of like Dynasty and Blood, Sweat, and Beans.
If it's his,
now has those same three receivers where they have Chase, Jefferson, Lamb. Like, yeah, maybe okay. Yeah. I don't want to do that one, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll say accept. But the thing is like, if someone actually went and was like, oh, just happen to have Chuba 2 first, I might not accept it. And the reason why is like. I might just go to the CMC owner and try to get those 2 first.
Yeah.
And I'm always looking for the better.
Well, I guess my question is, if you've exhausted all the better options, the Walker owner won't do it, the CMC owner won't do it. Oh, but you know the Chuba owner will. So that's really what I'm asking. Yeah. But also the other question I want to ask is, what is the worst starting running back that you would take plus 2 first to move off of any running back? Like, where's that line for you? Like,
I would just base it off the market. Like, like Gibbs is like, people are going to say, yeah, he's worth 3 firsts. I would never pay that, like, as far as, I just wouldn't. I would just go work around not having Gibbs. So, yeah, I mean, I would basically take, I don't know, worst starting running back. Basically any running back that's, like, going in the 7th, and then, like, okay, Chuba's kind of, like, floating around there. So, like, I don't know, I'd have to look at a board.
I'm pulling up...
Let me look here.
Redraft rankings, or you could even pull it up, show it on, do a screen share with it. Actually, I'll go to Fantasy Pros. But running back rankings, Dynasty. Okay, they even have them tiers. Okay, how about okay? Well, here we'll start with Chuba Hubbard is the RB16 according to Fantasy Pros. Underneath that is James Conner, Joe Mixon, Alvin Kamara. Oh wait, is this redraft? I think these are redraft rankings because that's not Dynasty.
I would cut it off at like. I would cut it off around that, like, Kamara, just because, like, if you got it, like, at that point, like, I don't know, it's, now we're playing the hypothetical of, like, I just think I can get more if you're only offering me James Conner. Like, I think I can get more on the market.
Yeah, okay, here, I got Dynasty rankings now. So Chuba Hubbard is the RB20 in Dynasty according to Fantasy Pros. Okay. So under him would be David Montgomery, Joe Mixon, Caleb Johnson. I don't even, these rankings seem a little
Here's a fun one. David Montgomery would be an interesting one.
Yeah.
Again, I would, like, that's probably the least I'd take just from, like, I'm not trying to sell these guys below market. I'm trying to actually get that's the whole point. I'm trying to get their market value. So, yeah.
If it was David Montgomery, would you need, like, a Montgomery, a second and 2 first kind of thing, like, to kind of make up for it?
I would hope so, because that I don't think if I sent someone David Montgomery and 2 firsts, that they would accept it. I would only like want to take a deal that like other people would accept.
Okay.
And then I'll just wait till the moment I can kind of get that or get creative. So I think that's like the key is it's just like, oh, if someone, I'm not going to take the first offer. If someone just came to me with David Montgomery and 2 firsts that are...
Yeah, you're going to see if you can do better. Yeah.
That's where it's like, yeah, okay, in theory, I'm saying yes, you should take it. But
yeah, you're trying to get the best deal you can. But yeah, but I guess the question is, if you were, let's say you were able to get, let's say about Montgomery was the best you can do, you get the 2 first, and they'll even throw in a second on top of it. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good.
Would you do that on a super team where you have like a league value? Would you actually accept that? Assuming it was the best you could do to down tier.
Wait, let me just pull up 2 teams. So one running back room is the exact.
This is kind of fun. How about on a Jahmyr Gibbs team? Would you downgrade to Montgomery 2 firsts and a second if that was the best down tier you could do? Would you?
No, that's 100%, dude. Like Montgomery can outscore Gibbs like literally week to week. So like if I put those guys head to head, just in a literally, I'm just saying week 1.
Yeah.
Is anyone shocked if Montgomery has better games than Gibbs, even if it's 7 of the 10 or 7 of the 17 or whatever? So okay, here I'll show you 2 teams just to show you what I'm working with.
Yeah, and of course, just to clarify, on the weeks that Gibbs outscores Montgomery, it'll probably be by a lot. But yeah, Montgomery could outscore him by maybe smaller margins the other game, those 7 games or whatever. Yeah,
it could be. It's fun though to look at like
how many times Bounty outscored Gibbs last season. Yeah, that would be interesting.
Stuff like that. It's fun to like think of things instead of just like, well, like this player's entire career and like in the entire season. But it's like, okay, but on a week to week.
Yeah.
Like, is Kyler Murray that much better than Geno Smith or something like that? Like
how many times did he outscore Geno? Yeah.
Yeah. When you're sitting in the pre-matchup, am I like, oh, I have a huge positional advantage here? Right. And it's like, wait, no, like actually, this player is like only going to outscore that other guy 9 of the 18 weeks.
You know what's funny is I don't know if you've ever had this experience. I mean, probably with your strategy, you probably don't run into this as much, but and I'm not saying that I do, but it is something that happens at times. And obviously, like projections only mean so much. I mean, who really cares? I mean,
but its median outcome is how they come up with those projections. It's not the actual score they're gonna have. It's just they're gonna score more than this or less than this half the time.
Yeah, fair enough. But in any case, have you ever come out of let's say you come out of startup draft in Dynasty, and then you look at your week 1 matchup. And you're thinking oh man, I'm gonna have this huge advantage at RB2 or at wide receiver 3 or whatever. And then you're like, wait a minute, I'm trying to think of a good example. But
he's got Mike Evans
is only gonna projected to outscore Jacoby Myers by 1 point. What the heck? Why did I take him 8 rounds earlier?
Oh, dude. 100%, and that's what I'm trying to remember of from my previous seasons is dude. I think if you look at Mike Evans again, the week 1 ones matter actually the least because once you're in season they're actually much better because we have data to work with and trends and who they're playing but it's still that's kind of the point of I mean Mike, if you have Mike Evans they're saying he's gonna score 14 points. And you're he's not going to do that. Well, he was 5 or 6 in points per game last year. So, I mean, that is kind of where I'm coming from with this whole thing.
Yeah, because I mean, you get pissed off when you see that. It's well, wait, I drafted this guy so much earlier, and he's only going to score 2 more points than him. What the hell?
You're maybe I could trade that guy in and get 2 firsts on top or whatever. Yeah. So, here's my Gibbs team, by the way, and
okay.
Just for reference, this is.
Can you screen share?
Oh, sorry.
I can't see it. Maybe the audience can.
Yeah, they can. This is interesting because both teams I would call super teams, but this is where it gets interesting though because if I get those 2 firsts, I want to go trade for a Jefferson. Well, on both the teams I own Bijan and Gibbs. I do own already a Jefferson and Nico, and it's hey, the other guys might not be available.
Yeah, see, that's a good question as well. Is if you do own a Jahmyr Gibbs, what would be your preference to get CMC and 2 firsts, or to just trade him straight up for Justin Jefferson? What do you prefer?
Yeah, 100% always a receiver. And to go to that if we go back and look at year to year, the running backs going in the top running backs versus the top receivers that are going right beside each other. Okay, there's people taking Najee Harris over Justin Jefferson. What? It's you could say it's just that one, but okay, now you got people taking Breece Hall over Malik Neighbors last year ahead of Puka last year. I did that, At least in a draft, and that was our co-managed league, I believe. And
I think the longer you play Dynasty, the more you experience that, and the more you learn that the running backs can definitely be landmines.
And that's where it gets to like, okay, if I just had Kamara the last like 2 years, and I took the receiver like in the 2v2 scenario, it's like, yeah, I'm coming out on top because my first round startup pick's still a first round startup pick, and Alvin Kamara's still kicking around as a top 12 running back, so that just goes my philosophy. So, anyways, this is my team. This one would have won the championship, but Justin Jefferson fell on the 1 in week 15, and Trent and I were watching that live in person together, and then they were just dominating the game. He never got the ball again. I then lost the game, and then would have had the team that would have been like I had Burrow and McBride, which were like the ultimate dudes in the week 17, and I was tracking it. I'm like, oh my god, like I would have dominated.
Well, it's always so painful. Like you always know the week after you get eliminated in the playoffs, like you just know your team's gonna go nuts. It's so frustrating to watch.
This was the one I was undoubtedly. I actually should have got a first round bye, by the way, and I was like 13 and no, not 13. I was what has 3 losses. Okay, I was 11 and 3.
Yeah,
and there was 2 other teams that were 12 and 2. Like what league? How many leagues? And I was number 1 in points for, number 1 in points against. So it was like the ultimate, just like, not even Jahmyr Gibbs and Saquon could save me. I think I was like, I think that's a good lesson. Not even the top players in all of Dynasty could get me a first round bye or a playoff win. But I mean, I got a mid first here, my own like projected late first. I got depth on the bench.
I'm sorry. You have 2 26 first or 1?
I have 2, and 1's like the guy's maybe a playoff team, but I would probably say it's 60% he's not playoffs, 40% he makes playoffs.
That's impressive that you got 2 26 first on top of this starting lineup here.
Yeah, I mean the bench is a little more shallow, but I do have a lot of guys like handcuffed, and then I just have like guys like Jordan Mason, like Kirk, or it's like just like guys that you can just throw in the flex, and then everything else I could just like down tier or heap in draft picks.
By the way, let's, kind of using this example of where you own Jahmyr Gibbs. If you own David Montgomery, you own the handcuff.
Yeah.
Does that change your willingness at all to want to down tier at all, or you're wanting to down tier just as much as you were if you didn't own the handcuff?
I would say probably just as much because like, okay, if anything happened to Gibbs and Montgomery comes better, like I'm not happy. I'm mad.
Yeah, he still loses a lot of his value. So it doesn't really change
like I'm really not happy. Yeah, it's like a really. I could see why you'd want to do that, and maybe just to start them both. Okay, if I'm starting them both, sure, and I don't know. Yeah, that's a weird one actually.
Yeah.
Anyways, I mean I should go look right now. If someone has 2 firsts, especially if I like them, that's the key. Is like
go look for the CMC and Kenneth Walker owners, and you can send out offers right here, right now.
I pray that this guy gave me the 105, which Hunter fell to me last year. So maybe this is and I got it for Kirk Cousins. I got Travis Hunter. By the way, this is the fun. Travis Hunter for Kirk Cousins. Made that trade in December 2023.
But yeah, I mean, we definitely practice what we preach here. So we don't just say stuff like, "Hey, we'll send out these offers on air," because we believe what we're saying here.
When you mentioned that, I was like, dude, like this is a perfect opportunity to just like.
Yeah, while you're thinking about it, just send these out. Like, see what happens. I mean, how fun would it be if later in the stream you got a notification saying a trade has been completed? Like, that'd be pretty cool.
Oh, dude, yeah. Let's see. This guy's not gonna be the greatest because I think he's kind of like he missed playoffs obviously with giving the 105.
And by the way, this just kind of goes with trading strategy, and this is something we've talked about many times. But something we like to do is like don't just ask for CMC and 2 firsts. Like throw in just like a random 3rd or 4th or like some crappy bench player, but like something to just imply that like, ooh, I just needed to throw in this extra trivial piece to like even it out, Yeah,
let me Austin Eckler is the perfect guy, but I will give him something back just because there's going to be no chance in holy hell he accepts this, and I'll actually
start 11 or start 10.
This is only start 10, and by the way, obviously as like you get less starters, the more willing I am to like keep Gibbs is like the key. Because like if you're start 9, okay, like I'm not in a start 9 league, but okay, like
the more players you have to start, the more you're wanting to down tier.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna start 9 league. Yeah, hey, I'm way more willing to keep
to gamble on Gibbs. Yeah,
to gamble on Gibbs. Yeah, absolutely. I'll toss this guy Shaheed because it's like the 2-for-2 players. Like Shaheed's better than Eckler.
Here's the only problem though, if the other manager if the other manager doesn't like Shaheed, then he's gonna feel like he might not want to accept it because he feels like he's paying for a player that he doesn't even want, even if it's minor.
Yeah, I'm just. There's no point to add those guys. I'll do that in a counter. I can start giving him better swaps.
Why don't you throw in like a fourth?
No, it's just it looks way too gready. Like because this guy is like, I mean, he's down bad.
What's the worst player on his roster? Did you already send it?
I did. I think the 4-for-1 looks really bad in the situation he's in.
It depends on the offer.
We like to throw something in if it's.
But yeah, sometimes if
it's just not the right offer.
Sometimes it just like looks bad, like paper. Yeah, on screen.
Yeah, so we'll see what he says there, but I don't have like too much hope. That's why again, like I would absolutely do it. I'll definitely add like a decent bit to get this deal done.
Would you add as much as a second?
Oh yeah, like no doubt.
Okay.
So. Especially for this guy's first, so no offense to him, but I mean, hell yeah, dude. I'll add like, I might add my own first then. Like,
you want to look at the Kenneth Walker owner?
Yeah, let's see. Anyways, there's 7 watching. Let us know who's the worst starting running back you'd be willing to take for like on
Plus
top of 2
to move off of like Gibbs or Bijan.
Yeah, assuming it's like 2 mid to. Late first.
And also while you're doing that, I'll kind of catch up on the chat here. Looks like we got a bunch of comments. Great to see all the activity here. So I'm trying to see where we left off. My God, a lot of comments. It's great to have everyone in here. Let's see here. Okay, so Dakota says, this is back to the topic of 10 pieces of trash for one elite player. Also, we can't go into trades. What if this player gets hurt? And then Seb says, I meant Dakota has been saying he wants to trade with Randy. He's been saying it in the chat. Then Dakota says, sure, but how long does he have? So next time anyone trades with anyone, we need to start saying, well, what if this player gets hurt? I mean, I guess I see what Dakota's saying there, but you have to think about the range of outcomes.
The key is like what happens if James Conner gets hurt versus what happens if Gibbs gets hurt. You're holding the bag if Gibbs gets hurt. No one really cares if James Conner gets hurt.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a lot of value tied into a player, there's more risk if they get hurt, and that's always a possibility. So I don't think it's wrong to factor in that possibility in the range of outcomes. I mean, I think it's a legitimate way of thinking about things. And then Coda says, so that makes elite players cheaper. That's like, say, what if my dad was a millionaire? What if Puka's ex didn't cheat on him? Okay. Coda's kind of being Coda here in the chat. He got some interesting comments here. We appreciate it, though, Coda. He says, what if Rice never torn his knee apart? What if Tank Dell had knees? What if Connor gets replaced?
I think that's going against what he's saying because he just mentioned Puka and Rice. Well, one thing I thought was crazy is, okay, well, when Puka was hurt, people were trading Puka plus for Rashee Rice. That was like advice people were giving in the market. I'm like, that's insane. Puka is amazing. Just like, don't do that, especially the plus part. Like, absolutely do not do that. Yeah. And then it's like, because now you got to factor in, okay, yeah, Puka's hurt right now, but like, hey, Rashee Rice can literally get hurt next week. What happened? He literally got hurt next week. Yep. So like, I don't know exactly where you draw the line, but the point is like, think about what happens to each player when like they get hurt.
Exactly. Like you want to think about that when you're investing into someone. Like, okay, if this player tore their Achilles tomorrow or tore their ACL, how would I feel about the deal I just made for this guy?
And any Achilles injury to a running back, oh my god. I mean,
see Cam Akers, right? So
we're talking like toast.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, I think Stubbs on our side because he says LMAO Dakota with the laughing emoji. Yeah. And then Coda says, we can't be using what ifs. If my grandma had wheels, should be a bike. Yeah, that's an old expression. I haven't heard that one in a while. You ever heard that one, Blake?
No, I've never heard that.
That's a really old expression. That's a fun one, Coda. I like that. Let's see. And then Coda says, League 21 digs. I don't know what that means. That would be me. And then, we got Reed in the chat. He says, accept our trade. Hey, I mean, if you've been listening to our discussion for like the last like 20, 30 minutes, like, you know that ain't going to happen.
I mean, if you sent me that, like, I don't want to say I would be like accepted if you sent me that like a month ago or that kind of before, because I've really never drafted other than I had a sweet spot for Breece Hall last year. Never have really drafted running backs in a startup. Actually, I think I got Gibbs at like the 304's rookie season here, which I thought was a good deal like for rookie Gibbs. But I just, God, it's so hard. Like, there's everything for every reason we just mentioned to actually trade, and awesome receivers are way more certain to stay in like in their value range than awesome running backs. It's just how history's been. So I think it's a good trade for value. I think it's very
how about this? Just to cover some leagues that might have some different scoring settings. How about a point per carry league where you get
that's where it
0.25 point per carry? Are you more or less likely to tear down Jahmyr Gibbs into a CMC?
I was thinking that today, and I was thinking that would be the league where you would want Gibbs, but no, I came to the conclusion, if you can do the CMC one, then you absolutely do the CMC one.
You're still getting a running back.
Because you're still getting
one with potentially elite production in the short.
It's the exact same thing. In fact, those first are technically like better because now you can like maybe get point per carry running backs like also, which I think like that makes the first round picks better, or you might get a better receiver that wouldn't fall there or something.
Yeah. So maybe in that league, you don't want to trade Gibbs for Jefferson. You want to trade him for the running back plus the 2 firsts.
That's the key, because in the startup, Gibbs goes up in startup ADP. I'd be, if I would have theoretically take him, I'd then take him potentially over Jefferson or whoever those guys like.
Trade him.
Yeah, but or just for scoring points wise, like just I'm taking, he rises around the receivers around him, but he doesn't rise amongst the running backs, if that makes any sense at all. Like, he's no different than CMC in that league. In fact, you could argue CMC is better because he'll get more carries.
Yeah. By the way, Seb just sent me a trade offer in the listener league. We know Seb likes Josh Downs. He's offering me. I know already what Blake's going to think of this offer, and it's not going to be too good. He's offering me Khalil Shakir and a 26th third belonging to Coda.
Okay,
so that's probably going to be late, seeing as how Coda has Chase, Jefferson, and CeeDee Lamb on his team, and who cares who else is on there? He's got those 3 receivers. I mean, that's going to, I mean, I don't like to decline offers. I always like to try to see if I can counter it, just because I like to encourage people sending me offers and not, like, discourage them by just, like, coldly declining it. So I'm trying to, I'll pull this up here. I'll see if there's any possible counter I can make with Seb. So, I mean, he's got a good contending team here in the listener league. He's been making a lot of deals. So I'm just kind of glancing for fun, seeing if I could send him a counter here on stream. But yeah, what do you got going on, Blake? Are you sending out more you're down offers?
K9 owner was just, there was no 2 firsts. It just, it didn't make any sense, his stuff, but I was like, hey, I'll take Rashee Rice, and I'll take his first, which I'm just checking what like the league is saying for projections. But I was just looking at his team. I don't think this guy's even like maybe gonna make the playoffs. Okay, there's some weak teams. So
I feel like you get a second thrown in there maybe. Why don't you do like Rashee Rice, a first and a second?
You think so? Okay, I could try it. I was trying not to get
take a shot, and if he counters and removes the second, like hey, then maybe accept that.
All right, let's see here. I'll
take out Dylan. Yeah, make it 3 for 1.
Yeah, I'll remove Dylan.
I like that.
I'll go to my phone and delete
that's something that might get accepted. Like I think that's like a.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I'll go.
That's a fun one.
I'll go take that second and something and go try to trade for like a
James Conner.
James Conner, or Kamara or something.
Yeah,
that would be awesome.
But yeah, I'm trying to think. Looking at the listener league, I wish I could like screen share, but I'm just kind of looking at my phone here. But yeah, what would I want for Josh Downs? I mean, I'd probably need a receiver back. So looking at Seb's wide receiver room, he's got Brian Thomas, Mike Evans, DK Metcalf, Zay Flowers, Devonta Smith. So nice wide receiver room, pretty deep too. And then he's got some like kind of depth bench guys that I don't really care about too much. Yeah, so I think I'd be focusing on those top 5 receivers he has. So I guess I'd be having to, tier up to any of those guys, except for, I guess, Mike Evans. Where does Mike Evans go in startup drafts? I mean, I got to assume he's going.
I floats around the 9th.
Okay, so similar to Josh Downs, but I mean, I would strongly prefer Josh Downs over Mike Evans. Yeah. So, I'd probably need a good bit on top of Evans. Or actually, how about this? This would be a fun one that would kind of be in the theme of our stream. What if I countered with where I'd get Mike Evans in a second for Josh Downs? What do you think of that?
I mean, I would absolutely take that because, Mike, this just goes to everything that we're talking about with running backs. I mean, here's
the only problem with that, though. I really feel like Mike Evans could retire after the season. Not guaranteed. I just think it's a decent possibility. If that comes to fruition, let's even assume best case scenario. I get like a, top 12, top 15 kind of season for Mike Evans, and I'm very happy with that. Maybe he's, even better than Josh Downs this season, right? Just from like a redraft perspective.
Yeah.
But, if I don't win the championship, I mean, anything short of that, and odds are I'm not going to win the championship any given year, how am I going to feel then that, okay, I basically just traded Josh Downs for like a random or even, late projected second, let's say. It's like,
this is
about that.
Well, this is where, your team might not make sense to make that trade if it's just like a third, and especially like a late third in Evans. But the funny thing is like for value, like just for startup value, which isn't always exactly how normal league value goes. Like I'm pretty sure Evans goes ahead of Downs every single time. I'm just trying.
Crazy.
I'm trying to check. Wait, which doesn't, which no one even has to agree with, but like people keep doing it in drafts, which is pretty crazy. Let me see here. Wow.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to think of a counter that would be fair and make sense for both sides. But I think Josh Downs has to be one of the most underrated, undervalued assets in Dynasty, especially in startup drafts. Like 9th round is absurd. Like we were talking about him versus JSN. Like what's even the difference? Like why are they going like 6 rounds apart? Like I don't understand it.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously good reasons as far as like, okay, well, he's got the injury prone tag and it's like the quarterback situation, but like as far as a Dynasty asset, I think he's really undervalued. As far as is everything going to come together, and is he gonna help you win a league like Mike Evans can? I don't know about that. So if the situation comes together, though, I mean, obviously he's going to be one of the most undervalued players for his talent level. So that's why he's a tricky guy. Because, like, I mean, if I had a team, like, I took Devontae Adams over him. I'll take a year of hopefully, what hopefully is, like, basically a wide receiver 1 performance. And Mike Evans has been doing that his whole career. Just did it again last year. So I could see why you would just take Evans over Downs just straight up in a league where, like, I can see why they go like that at startup, because someone might have already, like we're saying, they might have all the value stuff taken care of. They're just trying to, backload the roster with a veteran, so it makes sense. Yeah. But I mean, a second at that point, like, absolutely, that's a.
Hey, this might be a fun counter. He's got Hawkinson as a starting tight end, but he's got Ferguson. I mean, he might have him in a flex spot, but basically as a depth tight end, at least as his non-starting tight end.
Yeah.
But what if I threw Ferguson, Mike Evans? I mean, I don't know if I can get, I don't know how greedy I'm getting here, but like, I mean, a third thrown in sounds kind of nice. So maybe I'll send that as a counter. I'm really not dying to trade down, so maybe I'm getting a little greedy here, but I don't know. We'll see what Seb says, but I mean, I'm assuming you would do that offer, Blake. I'm assuming you'd take Mike Evans, Jake Ferguson, and a third for Josh Downs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think like that's not even in the question. Like, absolutely, right. I take Mike Evans and Ferguson.
I could use a tight end, so I'm gonna send that to Seb. Yeah. I mean, I think Seb understands that. If he wants Josh Downs from me, you got to pay my price for him. We're not talking about market value here. Like, throw keep trade cut and any trade calc out the window. Like, that does not apply here, because if I got to sell Downs for market value, he ain't for sale.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would arguably trade any receiver in all of Dynasty for that package, assuming that like that's actually a move that makes any sense for my team. Pretty much do it after like the cutoff of like the young, productive receiver, which then it turns into Mike Evans. So so yeah, I pretty much do that for any receiver ahead of Mike Evans.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see. I'll let everyone know if Seb counters here, or maybe we can. I'll see if he's saying anything else in the chat here. Maybe he's reacting to my thought process that I've been talking out here. Let's see. Seb says, Dan, I'm gonna need more on top of that. Sheesh. Hey, Seb, send me a counter then. I mean, we can negotiate, but like it's not gonna be easy. I mean, Josh Downs,
he's untradeable.
Hey, it's to take Seb's words, like, hey, I got an untradeable asset here, so like you're gonna have to bring the goods here.
Let me go see word for word what his thing is. It's like untradeable. Don't even ask. Unmovable. Don't even
come
ask.
knocking. Don't even call. Right?
Yeah. Which by the way goes into my strategy. Like, I think it's funny when people put like the locks on there, which some people do. I think you maybe is it Reed or Randy or I forget.
Yeah, Randy likes to do it. Yeah,
Randy likes to do it, but here's like I don't like doing it, especially if you're playing with other people, just because like I don't want to
discourages trade offers.
It does discourage trade offers, but here's the thing: I play in a lot of leagues with like similar people. I like to play with a lot of the one league has this person. There's always just like a crossover between these managers. Well, if I put a lock on someone. And another person owns that in the league, it's like, yep, I'm never getting that player for a fair price. It's like, I'm just asking to... Not only is it hurting me for getting trade offers for that player in the league...
Even in other leagues.
Yeah, in other leagues. Now they're able to tax me like you're able to do here with...
I see. Because now, like, if you put a lock on Jahmyr Gibbs, and then, like, in another league, they own Gibbs, and you're trying to get him, now, like, they know, like,
Better yet...
You really value him because you put a lock on him. So now if you want him, like you're going to pay extra.
Well, yeah, I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs his value is what it is. But imagine you're doing it on Josh Downs.
Yeah, so that's a better example.
You're doing it on Njoku or something.
Yeah.
If I was putting locks on Njoku left and right,
never be able to trade for him.
I'd never be able to trade for him. Seb would be like, I might not do that deal that we just did.
Yeah,
so.
I see that lock you put on. I know you value.
So I try to I'm fine sharing my opinions on CMC and stuff for the viewers on here. But when it comes like in the league, like especially if I, if they wouldn't know any of my takes, I just am like as neutral as possible. I try to give away like absolutely no information about.
Like you don't want to give away that data. Like you don't. I don't even like to put some people put like their favorite teams, like I'm a Vikings fan.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well.
I don't even like putting that there because they're like, oh wait, you're a Lions fan? Oh yeah, St. Brown's gonna cost a little extra now.
Yeah, I had the Vikings one on. I was thinking about that. I'm like, maybe that'll like do it, but I'm like, I got so much like, I just like Vikings. It's like I don't know if that's gonna be like something to worry about. I'll rep the Vikes, but I think that's real. Like I wouldn't.
You gotta have that poker face. You gotta have like the shades on at the poker table. Like you don't want to give anything away.
Yeah, and the key is like, when I'm trying not to give anything away, I'll never lie or say anything untrue. I'll just like refrain from saying anything.
Okay.
I'll never be like, I don't like that guy. Like, no, I won't say that. I'll just won't even state my opinion on the player.
Right.
Because I don't want to like lie to someone and then like.
Yeah. It's the same reason why like during a startup draft when like I get sniped on Josh Downs or someone like that, I'm not gonna type in the chat like, damn it, Seb, you sniped me, like,
Then they'll remember that, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, I remember stuff like that. I mean, I'm not trying to, like, hold it against someone's will, but I'll be like, like, this person's, they drafted him really high in this other startup.
Yeah,
this other one I own.
And also, like, if you're in a startup draft and you take someone and then someone says in the chat, like, oh, man, you sniped me, like, write that down or make a mental note because, like, sometime later you might be looking to trade that player or tear down. It's like, oh wait a minute, doesn't Joe like this guy? Didn't he say I sniped him? So that's the guy whose door I'm going to knock on to get a tear down trade now.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. So yeah, I mean it's as far as that's a bonus for anyone watching the 7 viewers. Like my thing is like I'll never lie. I'll never just say anything that's so true because like that's just like. Then I have like no credibility for anything I say.
Sure. I'm all about authenticity, so I never like to lie or say something that isn't true. If necessary, I'll just say nothing at all if I don't want to give anything away. Yeah,
I will say actually sometimes like maybe there's just a deal that's not going to happen. I'll be like, I like that player and stuff, but I don't like him that much, So, but it's just better not to. whatever. What were we saying? Show your hand or
keep the cards close to your vest, as they say.
Yeah.
But yeah, catching up on the league chat here. Coda says, Diggs, if you're looking at value fluctuation, look at Walter White's lab startup. Not sure exactly what he means by that. And then Seb says, let's see. Oh, Downs is literally being held hostage. Pretty much, Seb. Pretty Seb. He's got he writes some laughing emojis there. He says, come on, man. Then Coda says, I feel like I am being called out for putting LSU lock on Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase.
I didn't know you had that.
Okay. Yeah, because Coda doesn't usually put the locks on. So
I mean, it's Jefferson and Chase. Like, you don't even need to put a lock on to know that.
Yeah, people know he's valuable. Yeah.
Oh, he's high on Chase. You know, the wide receiver one overall.
Shock, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Seb says, I'm thinking, Dan. I assume he's referring to my counter offer. And then he adds, I might do that package for Higgins with a emoji of a guy shrugging. So, okay, T. Higgins for Mike Evans, Jake Ferguson in a third. I think I'll keep T. Higgins, Seb. But I would do it for Josh Downs. So, the offer stands. Let's see. And then Seb says, I already feel like my team can beat Coda. The issue is I'm losing another third with zero capital. Chase is hogging it. Yeah, it seems like Chase has been acquiring some picks lately. I mean, it's hard to keep track of all the trades going down in the listener league because there's so many of them. But, Chase took over a team that was abandoned. And at first it seemed like he was turning into a contender, and now he's going in more of a rebuild direction.
Yeah,
so
I think he was just –
see how quickly things change.
Yeah, I think when I was looking at his team, I think he was just trading down and having to take players to get deals done and then just planning to sell them. So I wasn't too surprised to see that. But if he wanted to compete – like, he could have, he was building
there was a minute there where it's like, oh, man, he's got a decent contending starting lineup all of a sudden.
I think he was right to just be a realist and just realize that, he's got a lot of moves still to make and try to backload value here. I mean, I think he has 5 firsts or something ridiculous. So,
it is interesting because he's got the free buy-in for this year. And, I mean, that's a whole separate discussion. We don't have to get, deep into that right now. But I think a lot of people look at that and think okay, I got a year where, I don't have to pay anything. So they might feel more willing to rebuild because, okay, the year was free. But I almost kind of look at it the opposite way where it's hey, this didn't cost me anything. Maybe I'll just go for it and see if I can just win some free money with, zero risk, zero buy-in. That's kind of what I'm trying to do in one league where I took over an orphan. It's even $100 league if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know. Actually, to be honest, I haven't done a great job managing that team. It's probably turned into my worst team. Although in my defense, it wasn't. It was a horrible orphan that I took over. So I definitely had my work cut out for me. But I feel like I haven't done a great job. So I mean, I don't know if we're gonna have time for this tonight, but Blake, if you would ever be up for this on a stream sometime, I'd love to kind of get a roster review from you because I feel like I haven't done a great job managing this team, and at this point, I think I might need some outside perspective.
We can look at it right now. I mean,
help me back on track.
We can look at it right now, and for reference, I also orphaned one, and looking at my team, it's I mean, if you look at my team right now, and I have 3 firsts and 3 seconds and some rookies, it's hey, I could I'm in Chase's position right now, it's a different league, but I could put together a lineup, but I like what Chase did basically of just cut his losses. The only way he contends, in my opinion, is if he takes everyone in the starting lineup, he splits them into 2 and 3 pieces like he's been doing in all his deals, which I think he's been taking even potentially a little bit less than market or at most market value for it, but it's when you do that a bunch of times. Okay, now he had 5 valuable players, and now he's got a bunch of firsts and kind of a starting lineup that's also really good players. So I like the moves he's been making because he's committing to it, right?
Yeah. Totally. I think he did the deal where he sent Malik Neighbors in a second for Bucky Irvin and Breece Hall, and I kind of felt you know what, I don't think that second needed to be in there. Maybe a third or a fourth you could have justified. But at the same time, it's you know what? I think he'll still be fine though. Even if it's like a slight overpay, like he's still getting back 2 really good players, and then what can he turn them into? So I think it was like an acceptable overpay.
It's like one of those ones where I might not do that if I'm like contending and I have a team built around, but because he needs to like he needs to just multiply everything to
Russian dolling, as we like to say. He needs
Russian doll it, and that's what he's doing. So like, even if you're taking less in the initial down tier, now you've actually just, first off, you forced yourself to get off like neighbors, which if you just don't, take a deal, the best deal available, well, now you're just stuck with neighbors, and he can't go up in value really. I mean, not notably. So you're not really helping your rebuild at all. So I like what he's done, but I'm in the same scenario here as him. Then so yeah, you made a lot of good deals in here since taking over. Let's take a look at your lineup.
So this is wait, you're no pun intended.
Is this the one or no?
No, this isn't the one.
Oh, okay. I thought.
Yeah. Actually, I mean, this would be another good one to look at. Oh man, now Augie just proposed a trade to me. Okay. Oh, and he wants Josh Downs. So I have to think Augie's probably watching the live stream right now, because it's probably not a coincidence I get a Josh Downs offer. So we got some competition here, but basically he's offering me 2 seconds, 1 in 26, 1 in 27, both tied to Augie. And he would get Josh Downs and a third and 27. What do you think of that offer, Blake?
Sorry, Josh Downs and the 27 third. What was the?
And I would get 2 seconds, 1 in 26, 1 in 27, both tied to Augie.
I think Down. What's Downs worth? Downs is worth.
I mean, to me, like he's worth at least the late first. I feel like on the market, he's more an early second.
Yeah, he's definitely on the market like an early second. I would even say like. Okay, you know what he is? He's what he's worth is what people thought Khalil Shakir was worth earlier in the offseason. That's what he seems to be exactly worth, which is like, he's worth like, I'd take Golden and all those guys, technically all the rookies that were coming, but I cut it off at like, I could take him over Dart, I could take him potentially over, I'd take him over probably Burden. I just think he's just better, you know what you're getting, and they both have a lot of upside anyways, so.
Yeah, I got a fun counter here. I'm not 100% if I'm going to send this. I'm just kind of spitballing here. I'm going to remove the third because, I don't really want to give a third back in this. Oh, man, now Cody's proposing a trade.
Oh, man.
We got what do you call it? A bidding war on Josh Downs here.
Here we go.
I was thinking of removing the third and then maybe adding like an Alec Pierce. So downgrade from Josh Downs to Alec Pierce and get 2 seconds. What do you think of that? That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, I mean, Pierce is like, all he is the ultimate, just like, everyone's injured or on a bye week.
Yeah.
F it, I'm throwing Pearson and hoping for 2 catches for 90 yards. So, I mean, I think that's just like his value. I think that's probably a fair market value. You said they're staggered seconds, right?
Yeah, they're staggered seconds, 26 and 27, plus Alec Pierce. Or I could do Deontay Johnson, but I think Alec Pierce is probably a little better, right?
I mean, start 11. You can just like
throw him in there. You can play bonuses, Yeah,
you could technically throw him in the lineup. He's not really worth anything, but he's worth like I mean, no one's paying really a pick for him, but
I don't
know.
I mean, it's still not like super exciting to me. I don't know. I feel like I should be a little greedy here because if I got like everyone bidding on Downs, like I'm gonna be a little greedy here. So
that's right. It makes sense. Here's what I'll say just in general. Besides the bidding war and just a neutral take. I'm probably, if you're the Downs owner, you're generally probably not going to get much more than that. Although maybe in this situation you are because there's a live bidding war. But in a normal just situation of a league, but you're also a Downs owner's never really taking less than that. Does that make any sense? So it's kind of like that sweet spot where I mean if you're willing to do it, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I'm going to throw Hunter Henry in there. I could use a tight end. I guess I could go with Gesicki. I don't know. Maybe Gesicki would be a little more realistic, but I get a little greedy here. We'll throw Hunter Henry in the deal. Randy and I just got Hunter Henry from you in the Aqua League. We had a fun trade that we did. We could look at later if anyone's interested. Let's see. I don't know. Does Augie have any fun running backs that I'd want? No, he's got like nothing at running back. All right. What the hell? I'll send this offer. We'll see what happens. Get a Hunter Henry. Solves my tight end. I get another Colts receiver in 2 seconds. I think I could live with that. So, hey, Seb, if you're watching, like, you might want to accept that offer if you want Downs, because like I wouldn't be shocked if Augie accepted this. So we'll see what happens. So I sent the counter. Now I gotta see what Coda sent me. See if I want to pull any of these offers. If Coda sent me something better, Coda offered me. Oh wow. Okay, you got a blockbuster. He's offered me CeeDee Lamb in a second for T. Higgins, A. Chain, and Josh Downs.
That's I gotta picture that. Also, shout out Carson, who's the Madden buddy, who he said he's dialed in watching the stream, and I'm holding up. By the way, I'm holding up a startup right now because I told them like, okay, I'll look at it on stream. So once we figure that out, I'm gonna need some. I'm leaking the board, but that's fine because there's a bunch of good guys here. I will try to make a pick here once you're done.
Oh, okay. But yeah, what do you think for this counter? Like, what if I remove Downs in the second? What if I just did CeeDee Lamb for A-Chain and Higgins? I mean, I guess that'd probably be about fair value. I don't know if I like love it in a start 11, but what are your thoughts, Blake?
Yeah, I mean, start 11. Okay, I know where I stand on this because in a start 11, 2 tight end premium league, Neighbors Seb traded for Rice and Bucky. And and in that context of the league where it was like really tough to make a trade, really tough to down tier, like I actually love that trade for him. Even though it sucks to give up Neighbors, but I thought it was a justifiable price for sure. So what's the difference here? You said it was Higgins,
basically Higgins and A-Chain for CeeDee Lamb. So I guess the question is, A-Chain is like 2 firsts. How do you value 2 Higgins? Do you like a 1.5 firsts?
I actually just drafted him, and this went 4.9. I mean, that's the only share I have, so it's hard to say. I'd say it's like a later first and like, I don't know, like a second. There's no way he's worth 2 firsts. I'll say that. Yeah. There's absolutely no way he's worth that.
Yeah, he's worth somewhere in between 1 and 2. Somewhere within. Yeah.
It's hard to exactly pinpoint.
So that's the thing. It's like basically, Seb was getting essentially like 4 firsts of value for what was it, Neighbors? Yeah. So Lamb. I mean, I guess he's worth.
Dude, a chain's like real market value is like bonkers, and it's in my leagues, not just in every league. I know that you've had success trading for him, so like. I could come up with a pretty good argument of why you would consider that though, just because if you want a chain.
But I have a chain. So the question is, which do you prefer? I'd be getting Lamb.
Yeah, I was gonna. I mean, it's tough. I was gonna slightly.
It sounds like you were leaning A-Chain and Higgins over Lamb.
Because it's start 11, yeah.
Start 11. So I mean, my counter was gonna be remove Downs in the second.
And it's big plays where like really a chain is I mean, my God, and even Higgins too. So
that's the thing. I mean, I think that'd be like a more or less a fair price for Lamb. I wouldn't expect to pay like a lot less than that, but. Yeah, it's hard to justify in a start 11. I feel like I got like 2 studs there in A-Chain and Higgins. Like, why do I want to turn that into 1 stud? I mean, I get like Lamb is, has a good amount of value insulation, and he's a stud. He's a first round startup pick, but gosh, I don't know. That's a tough one.
Yeah,
I feel like I need a throw in. So here, let me see if there's any counter. I'm going to remove Josh Downs.
Why not like a second, just like that deal that was done already in the league earlier?
I could do that. I'm just trying to see for fun if like Coda has any like fun players on his bench that I could kind of just get thrown in, the kind of like Alec Pierce types kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like Waller, Ertz, Jonnu Smith, Pat Fryermuth.
Ertz.
Got Calvin Austin. That's kind of fun. Let's see what else.
Ertz doesn't have much trade value, but he's the least interesting as a guy in a start 11.
Aaron Jones. That might be kind of just like a fun throw in. I don't hate. Although actually, wait. Yeah, Coda's not real strong at running back, so he might not love that. Sure. Probably like receiver or tight end, or maybe even both.
Yeah. Also, shout out the 10 watching, and man, you gotta remind me your name, Shifty, because now I know you by Carson Edwards, which I know is not your name, and I'm completely blanking on like your actual name, even though I know it. Type your first name so I can actually recall what it was, man.
But great to have everyone watching. This is definitely just kind of been like a fun, spontaneous stream that we've done here, and been talking about a lot of different topics. We started talking about talking about startup draft strategy, and then we got into this whole thing about like running backs and tear downs and stuff like that. And now all of a sudden, live trade on air.
Yeah, so live trade. Brandon, that's right. Yeah, Brandon Shifty. That's what I knew. I knew it, but I didn't know your last name, I guess. So, yeah, and he's saying no rush, take your time. Yeah, hey, I don't want to hold up the draft too much, especially for Jeff who's been extremely active.
Yeah. Also, real quick, we have a Austin O'Neill in the chat. Do you know who that is, Blake?
That's Augie.
That's Augie. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so Augie was the one that sent me one of these trade offers that I countered. So yeah, I'm kind of curious what Augie's going to do here.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on. And yeah, I'm trying to decide if I'm going to send Coda a counter. He offered me CD Lamb, which is certainly enticing. But yeah, it's always tough to tier up to these studs in a start 11. So kind of struggling to find something that I'm really excited about that's also something semi-realistic that Coda might actually accept. So yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking if I throw in Calvin Austin and Darren Waller, what do you think of that counter? Okay, here, let me get rid of Josh Downs in a second, and then let's see what this looks like. But basically what I'm looking at here is I would get CeeDee Lamb, Calvin Austin, and Darren Waller, and I would send Devon Achane and T. Higgins. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's better than the other offer. So if you already consider it, I mean, it's not that much more where it's that Calvin Austin and Darren Waller really wouldn't change my mind on anything.
Yeah.
Of this magnitude. So, I mean, that's a pretty good reason for why you should get it back if you want to send that through. Yeah.
What the heck? I mean, we're having some fun here. It's a $30 buy-in. I'm sending the counter. So
I really
Josh Downs. So I can't wait to see who wins them.
I really don't think even anyone else's opinion matters, but the people making the trade, because I think you can't really trade in the startup. It is pretty difficult to trade for a third and a fourth, but once you get out of the startup, that's what you need to pay for neighbors or whatever. You're not getting them for any less than what you're what you're taking here.
Uh-huh.
But it's in a I don't know, when you're breaking it down, it's a good return. That's what you want to get back for what is it? Sorry, is it Lamb?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fair trade basically. You can kind of take any players from this third and fourth range and just combine two of them.
Yeah,
that's the price. Just depends on preference.
Yeah. But yeah, so what do you have going on? You are on the clock in this startup draft here.
On the clock, yeah. Was looking for Prescott or Goff or Young or something to fall, but then the run happened, and then quarterback. For this pick at 6'9", nothing really consider there. This is the most interesting thing to me is Judkins.
Yeah.
Is what the hell do you do with him?
Right.
I have no idea.
Wouldn't you prefer Caleb Johnson or Kenneth Walker at this point?
I wouldn't prefer Caleb Johnson, but I would prefer Kenneth Walker, absolutely. Yeah. So yeah. I mean, and potentially these other guys as well. It's just, I would prefer Judkins, likely straight up before the incident though. So that's the weird part. It's
I see.
How much do I let that weigh into the?
I mean, I think it's at least got to be a small ding. I mean, at the minimum, right?
Well, I mean, he's a pretty big ding. I mean, he's fell basically 2 rounds from where he would normally go. So
yeah.
But he's still now he's in a spot where it's okay, it's kind of where I would take him before.
Here's the question though. Before the incident, how would you have compared Judkins to Kenneth Walker?
Yeah, that's the tricky part because K9's been a big guy for me, especially getting him in he's normally going the 7th round. So
well, if it was close and now this incident happened, I gotta think Kenneth Walker would be the pick if it was between those two.
Exactly. I guess the thing where it kind of is a little interesting is I could get both of them. I would have to take Judkins first, likely.
Oh, I see.
So. It's kind of one of those ones where it's I think you could put a good argument for K9 first, but if I picked a running back, technically I could go Judkins first. I don't know. I don't feel too strongly about either of those.
Okay.
Receiver, we're in I don't even. This is the jackpot of productive / young productive receivers.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like 10 plus of them.
Yeah.
And then tight end.
Chris Olave on the board. That stood out.
Oh yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that.
I mean, I love JMO. So
yeah, I don't think it's a big play. Which he's like one of the only players I'll actually bump up for a big play league because actually that's where most of his plays come from.
That's a specialty.
He only had 58 catches and was what
1,000 yards.
1,000 yards. So okay, that's a guy I can.
And he missed 3 games due to suspension. Was it?
No, that was his other year, I think.
No.
Oh yeah, he missed 2 games to injury.
Was it injury? Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, Olave 100% is probably the most valuable player in my eyes.
Okay.
I'm trying to factor in. I mean, probably by far of anyone on the board, honestly, other than I guess technically, Judkins pre-beating, and I mean, but the thing is, I don't know if people in this room will actually like Chris Olave, because I think it's a thing where the concussions, the mashed potato brains.
JMO has more value on the market. 100%.
You think so?
100%. Yeah. JMO's an exciting player when you see in a trade offer, whereas Olave, it's kind of eh. I mean, I don't feel that way, but I feel like others do. By the way, Augie countered my offer. It's the same as what I sent him, only I would have to kick him back a 26th third that's tied to Hawkeyes. And wait a minute. I guess Hawkeyes is technically contending right now, although he was rebuilding 24 hours ago, so I guess a lot can change.
Was he rebuilding before? I didn't even know if he was or not. I didn't take.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least there was a brief period where, because Hawkeye saw these trades going down the listener league, and he was like, "Hey, I can't compete with this. I'm going into rebuild now." But now he's back to contending, so it just goes to show you can change a lot. And Augie just DM'd me on Sleeper and said, throwing the third because Hunter is May's safety blanket all last year when he started. All right, so what do you think of that, Blake? I know you can't see it on screen, but basically, I would send Josh Downs and a 26th third. Let's call it mid or random, and I would get Hunter Henry, Alec Pierce, and 2 seconds, 26 and 27.
Let me do one thing real quick in this league,
sure.
just to maybe help back my my decision here. All right.
Okay.
Just need 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. But, yeah, I'll kind of talk through my thought process here. I mean, yeah, Josh Downs, I mean, I value him at a late first plus. So it's a little borderline. I mean, I'm getting 2 seconds staggered the next 2 years. I mean, who knows? Maybe I get lucky and 1 or 2 of those seconds ends up being early. Even mid would be, decent. I get Hunter Henry. It does kind of help me at tight end. In this league, I have I think I got a pretty good team. Even pretty good starting lineup. I think I have a chance to contend for sure. I think I'm definitely in the mix. My biggest weakness is tight end. I mean, I'm looking at starting Isaiah Likely week 1, or if not, Juwan Johnson. So Hunter Henry would be a nice upgrade there.
I see that as a relatively good upgrade. Honestly, I know that Henry's not worth much.
Yeah. But yeah, it'd be nice to have him in the lineup.
Yeah.
I get another Colts receiver who's kind of a fun, sneaky, not doesn't have a lot of value, but I kind of like Alec Pierce. Get the big play bonuses in 2 seconds. I do have to kick back the third, but I'm not much about a third.
I'll tell you what, I'm the big Hunter Henry guy, but I would easily in this league, when you need a tight end, pay it absolutely. I would pay premium. More than a third in a 0.75, and especially if I don't have a tight end, and it's a bunch of flexes. You can literally start Hunter Henry. He also only had 2 touchdowns. He's always been a big touchdown player. He was PPR scamming the second Drake May stepped in.
Yeah.
Here, 1 second.
Yeah.
So I mean I love I love Hunter Henry. It's just the sneakiest late round tight end. And then you're getting 2 seconds for Downs, which is literally his price. So I think you're getting. I think it's a fair deal. I think it makes your lineup. I mean, you have now 2 seconds to play with. If you take the deal, you can go turn that back into 2 vets if you want. Here's the thing: Hunter Henry with 2 touchdowns, which is unheard of in his career, especially with the volume he was getting. I mean, talk about regression coming. He only had 1.1 less points per game than Downs last year. So just for relative worth, if we're throwing out the upside value case,
yeah,
you're getting the 2 seconds in return for that. So
the thing I don't like, I mean, kicking back to third. I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, but Randy and I were just discussing this earlier when we were negotiating the trade with you and Matt in the Aqua League. It's like, what if you get the scenario in which, like, the second I gets the 212 and the third that I kicked back was like the 301? It's like you're not even getting anything. So I think I'm going to counter with giving a fourth instead of a third. It might sound like petty or minor, but like I think there's a meaningful difference there. So I think I'm going to counter with a fourth. We'll see what happens.
For sure.
Also, Coda sent me a counter offer, and Chase just sent me an offer. So, like, I'm getting spammed here. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just quickly look at what those are before I counter. Make sure I'm not passing up a better opportunity. But let's see here. Oh, wow. Chase is offering me a 26 first for Josh Downs, Seb's.
Whoa, wait, what?
He's offering me Seb's 26 first for Josh Downs.
Except, like, no, I wouldn't even look at the other trade offer. Like, I'd accept.
But if that's a late first, I mean, I guess that's a value. But it's like, what am I doing with them?
I mean, you could just go trade. Who would you rather take? George Pickens or Josh Downs?
I mean,
J-Mo or Josh Downs? Metcalf or Josh Downs?
I take J-Mo over Josh Downs. Pickens and Josh Downs would be about even.
Yeah. Addison and Josh Downs. Worthy and Josh Downs. I mean, all these guys you can just go turn basically a first or the tiniest of a plus in, and they're all, I mean, I would take Josh Downs certainly can rise, but like these guys are in better situations, better talents, whatever. They're really worth a first or whatever.
All right, I got the cat here. It's not even my pet sitting right now, but also, here's Coda's counter. So he's offering me CeeDee Lamb, Calvin Austin, and then he replaced Darren Waller with Jonnu Smith, but he's also giving me a 26 second, and I would have to give A-Chain, T. Higgins, and Josh Downs. I mean, that's not a bad counter.
I think I like the original offer better with Coda. Would you not? You're getting Jonnu Smith in a second for Downs. I mean, you might as well just go trade Downs for a first. That's a way better.
Well, no, but I mean that was my counter. But like, this isn't like too far off, is it?
Well, I'm just thinking of like if you wouldn't take the deal before.
Yeah.
Of the 2-for-1, why the hell would you take Downs added for Jonnu Smith in a second? I mean, that's a worse deal than the original offer. I mean, you could go get a first for Downs right now.
Sorry, I'm too distracted here. Okay, the cat finally settled.
Like you could still go trade. You could still go trade literally a chain and T. Higgins for Lamb right at the second, and accept the deal for a first. With Downs, like, what would you like? How is that anything to consider? Jonnu Smith in a second for and Pierce for Downs. Would you take Waller? Jonnu Pierce in a second for a first for Seb's first?
Here, sorry, I was like way too distracted there. So
would you accept for that Seb's first? Would you accept a second, Pierce and Jonnu Smith? Is that even anything to even think of? Like, absolutely not.
Second, Pierce and John.
Would you accept a first for a second? Well, then why would you consider that deal? Like that's what you're doing here, because you could take a first for Downs. All of a sudden, Downs is added, and you could still do the chain and T. Higgins deal for Lamb. That was already on the table for 2-for-1.
No, because Coda never offered that, and Coda's original offer, I also had to give him Downs for a second.
Oh, I don't even know if I knew that. So.
Oh, I said that's what
I see. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So you got Jonnu Smith thrown in or something, yeah.
I'd asked for Waller, gave me Jonnu Smith. Okay, like same difference. Like they're both just kind of shots in the dark. So basically, to sum it up, I had sent Coda a counter. He sent me back the same offer, only he replaced Darren Waller with Jonnu Smith. Okay, same difference.
Oh.
But I basically he added the Downs second swap.
I don't know how. Oh wait, so was Downs in the first offer or no?
The very original, yeah. But it was.
Oh, thank God he countered it, because I wouldn't have said. I wouldn't have said yeah to it at that point with a second or with I wouldn't have. I'm a little confused because I can't see them. But if Downs was in the first trade with T. Higgins and Yeah, I don't know that one now, but the other one with T. Higgins and I thought it was just a chain and T. Higgins. That's what I was signing off on.
No, because there was also a downs and second swap in there, which is what I didn't like. So
somehow didn't even know that. So that's a good thing he countered it. I would just sell downs.
But yeah, what do you think of you still think my best offer is just getting the first for downs?
I don't. Yeah, I think who was it? It was Pure Potential, who's like the biggest downs guy, and I mean I think I even just heard him admit like he loves downs, but he's not getting a first for downs in any of these leagues. Like,
oh, I mean you're definitely not, but I think he's undervalued. I mean if he has a good season, like I think
he could be worth a first.
Yeah.
So he could be worth what you're getting him for.
Yeah, but it's like, what does that do to my team if then what am I shopping that first for a player that's similar to Josh Downs? Like, how does that help me?
There's unlimited opportunities. You could down tier T. Higgins. You could down tier anyone.
Yeah.
But you're getting a first for a player that I don't think you're getting a first for in many situations ever.
Yeah. And I guess I could counter and just get like something fun thrown in. I don't know. I'm looking at his players here, his roster. Who's someone I could get thrown in there? I know he likes Marvin Mims. He's a Broncos fan. I'm not seeing too much here, so I'll probably just either accept or decline that one. But yeah, I mean, what about Codas? Like, I get CeeDee Lamb, I get the throw-ins of Calvin Austin, Jonnu Smith. I get a 26 second. I give up A-Chain, T. Higgins, Josh Downs. So I don't know if it helps to see it at all.
I don't like it. I mean, it's not like that far off or anything. It's just like it's a start 11.
Yeah.
Give me the 3 starting players over.
Yeah.
Lamb in a second. It's especially in your. I know your team.
It's Lamb a second and like 2 throw-ins.
You already have like really questionable players in the flex and stuff, so it's like there's just no chance I'm doing that if I want to compete at all this year. And then if you're taking Lamb, that's assuming you're competing, so it just makes no sense.
Yeah, I got tough choices here, and then I also have Augie's inbox offer. Oh, I was going to counter that, so let me do that now. I'm just going to change the. I was going to change the 3rd to a 4th. But
I would take the first.
Do I even want to send that, or do I just want to
I would take the first over all that.
Yeah.
First is
okay, Dakota send me another offer. I'll try to make a decision on this because I know this has been going on a while, so hopefully no one's getting bored with this. But yeah, always fun negotiating some deals here live on the stream. Coda says, would you rather do this? Okay, so in this offer, I get Lamb, Calvin Austin in 2 seconds, 26 and 27, both Codas. And I give same thing, A-Chain, T. Higgins, Josh Downs. So I don't know if it helps to see that.
Yeah, I mean, my answer is I would counter, if you wanted to get Lamb, counter with T. Higgins and a chain, and then accept the first for Downs. Another deal. And so you don't get 2 seconds. It just there's no point to just do that one. There's literally no point. I mean, he might not do the Lamb one, but I think that's just completely fine if you remain with a chain and T. Higgins, especially in this league with your team right now.
Yeah.
Where the 2 might be better than the 1, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Augie, who's even in the trade negotiations here with you, is saying, yeah, man, I'm taking the first as well. So.
Okay. All right, yeah, I don't know. It's tough. I'm really high on Downs. I mean, first is hard to pass up.
I would just go take the first and just trade a. I mean, you could easily get him for 2 seconds in another league, I think, or, I mean, just go buy him in another league at a price that's not a first. I think that's the way I go.
All right, I did it. I think that's right because I mean I'm in a lot of leagues. If I can get them in other leagues for less than a first, then like why not just take a first when I can get it? So
I totally get it because like if someone offers me a first for my favorite tight end, then like I don't know if I'm like taking that in like only in big premiums, but I think the key is just like this is a big premium and it's a receiver. There's just receivers are dime a dozen, and so it's like if Downs goes up in value, he's worth what you traded him for. What if Seb misses playoffs? Is there any world where Downs is worth a top 6 first next year? I'd say it's pretty unlikely.
That's unlikely. Yeah,
he'd have to literally. I mean, he'd have to do better than JSN did last year. He's not the prospect JSN was. So, I love the trade of a first.
Yeah. All right. Sweet. Yeah. I mean, it was tough there. I mean, it was definitely getting some intriguing offers. I feel bad not countering Augie's there, but yeah, I guess the first was just too good to pass up. Although I think Hunter Henry and Alec Pierce in the 2 seconds would have been pretty nice. I mean, heck, I guess I could take that first and offer it for that same package, maybe plus something. I don't know. That might be a fun thing to do if I still kind of like that package there a little bit and think I can even squeeze out some more. Although, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm not sure how Augie would feel about a 26 first compared to Josh Downs. Like maybe he's more of a contending mindset, or maybe he's just open to taking value. You could always turn it into receiver. So yeah, I mean the first gives me a lot of options, so I definitely don't mind that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I love what you ended up taking there for sure. I didn't even think that would be on the table.
Maybe I'll still do a little negotiating with Coda, see if we can get a CeeDee Lamb deal done. But yeah, I always struggle with those kind of deals in a start 11. Like I'm usually just leaning toward the side where I have two studs like A-Chain and Higgins, and it's tough to just turn that into Lamb. Maybe I get a throw in like a Darren Waller or Calvin Austin or something, but. I tried to get both. He didn't like it. Maybe I could try it again. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I think like you could still get a deal done there. So
yeah. So yeah, maybe we'll work on that. But yeah, we won't get too wrapped up in all the trades. As much fun as it is, and I mean, dude, it's so fun getting these like live trade offers from everyone watching the stream. Like this is a blast.
Oh yeah, and about to figure out this starter pick, but we got I think a new chatter, Robert. Monteleone? You have to tell me how to pronounce that, but he says, I'm in a startup right now at the 12 spot, being offered the 111 and 26 third, so not much on top.
Yeah.
But then you get the 312, 401, and a 2026 first. 3 picks in a row. Cool, but seems steep for CeeDee Lamb. Okay, so wait.
So he's getting the startup 312, the startup 401, and a 26 first.
No, he's getting the 111 because he said it's steep for Lamb.
Oh.
You said it right there. I agree. I mean, I love tearing up for these guys, but we were talking about at the beginning of the stream. Yeah. I love tearing down, and then I'll tear up outside of the draft, but people just toss around first and startups like no tomorrow.
Yeah.
Look at who you can get 312, 401. Now it's going to remain, but here's literally a startup right now. Right. A.J. Brown, Breece Hall, right in this range. A Chain, Bucky. Normally Bucky goes later.
I mean, you might be able to get Rashee Rice in that range.
You might. I think, if you're in the right league, like we had Jacob take Rice here at 3-4, but Rice is always on the 3-4 turn. If you can get Rice.
So think about it. What would you rather have? Rashee Rice, A.J. Brown, and a random 26 first for CeeDee Lamb. I'm taking the package by a mile. Even if it's like only a start 10, I would still prefer that.
Yeah.
It would have to be a start 9 for me to even like think about that. But even then, I think it'd be questionable. So I would decline the counter.
Yeah. Like I would just keep your picks 100%. Like that's not even if you remove the first, I think that's like. That's the deal you're talking about right now with Coda. It's a lot. In fact, you'd be giving up just a tad less because T. Higgins is kind of like more mid fourth.
And what's A.J. Brown worth? I mean, can you still get 2 firsts for A.J. Brown, or at least close to it?
In leagues, I have tried trading for him. He's very hard to trade for. But in startups, he's a really good value. So.
Yeah, so I feel like you're basically paying like 5 firsts for CeeDee Lamb in that deal. So that's a hard no.
Oh, dude. Yeah, Robert said he's using A.J. Brown and a guy we were talking about who, I mean, I love is Breece. And you get absolutely not. It doesn't even matter if it's a start 9 for me. Honestly, I'm keeping the 3 for 1. Like the third's nothing.
It would have to be like a start 7 for me to even be like thinking about that. Like that's such a bad offer.
Yeah, that's a good call. That's extremely steep. So.
Yeah.
I mean, you might be able to counter it with like out the first if you feel like that's in the realm of like what you might need to pay. But if it's me,
I wouldn't even do that.
Yeah.
Don't even do that.
I would never make a trade up like that in a startup. I would.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you got a Blake in your league making that offer. I mean, that's a smart offer. I mean, it's a little greedy, but maybe he's hoping you remove the first, and he's still wanting to accept that. So yeah, I'd be careful about even countering that.
100%. He also asked, do the 6-point passing TD changes the ranks from quarterbacks from 12 to 20? I would actually say it would probably negatively affect just about every quarterback, in my opinion. It's tough to say because
negatively affect if it's 4-point.
If it's 6-point, my take on that, and I mean, this is just like me thinking. I don't have even any data to back this. All the dudes you're getting in round 4 and 5 that are so good value in this one, Dak and Goff and stuff in the 6. These dudes are all pocket passers, so it actually just helps like the later quarterbacks out. Close the gap on the rushers like Allen and Daniels and stuff who run for like 15 touchdowns a year. It hurts and stuff. So the guys that are throwing 30 touchdown passes or 40 or whatever, I think it really closes the gap. It just makes the round 4 to 6 quarterbacks a little bit better with the setting. Do you agree with that, Dan?
Yeah, sorry, I was distracted for a second. So you're saying if it's 6-point passing touchdown, it closes the gap between like the elite QBs and the ones going in like round 6 and 7 in startups?
Yeah, and the way I've played my 4-point versus 6, I have Daniels in both my 4 points, and I have like Murray, and I had like AR in my other one. Like I only want rushers in the 4-point ones.
Oh yeah, whereas
I don't care about CJ Stroud in a 4-point one. I just don't.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, even like Jared Goff and like I just don't care about those guys in a 4-point.
Dude, I had Tua in that, and I actually ended up trading him for what ended up. I made this weird offer like down tiered like twice, and I ended up getting what was the 102 this year and like Hunter Henry and something else on top for my original down tier for Tua, and I traded it for like Tua for the 109. I was ecstatic to get rid of that. Like Tua in a 4-point is just like, oh, yeah, I love him in a 6-point as a value, and a 4-point, hell no, he was doing nothing for me. You might as well have started Nick Mullins when he was starting in that stretch. So it 100% changes things. I'm way more willing, Robert, to take these quarterbacks like Dak and stuff like that as values. In fact, that's who I was hoping for in this startup here, as I'm about to make a pick. But I don't know. Yeah, what do you think, Dan or Robert? Let me know what you were thinking on that.
On what? Just about the quarterback differences, or?
Yeah. Is there any like? Are you willing to even like take early quarterbacks in this year's startup?
I mean, that's definitely been a topic that Blake, you and I have talked about a lot recently. Not, I'm sure I think we've touched upon it on stream, but definitely a lot off stream. We've talked about it. Just how like potentially things might be changing in Dynasty, where wide receiver is kind of becoming the new quarterback, and it wouldn't be crazy. I mean, it might sound crazy because it's so different from what's happening now. But is there a world in which, like a year from now, like the top few picks in startup drafts are like mostly receivers, or it's at least a mix of receivers and quarterbacks? It's not just like Daniels, Josh Allen, Lamar every single time. Could there be? Could it look like? A year from now, does it look like Jaden Daniels, Malik Neighbors, I'm trying to think of someone else, Brian Thomas or, something like that. And then maybe like Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. Like it could look a lot different because quarterbacks seem so abundant right now. And you can only start 2 per week, even in a super flex league. Whereas with wide receiver, I mean, if you're going to start 11, like how many receivers can you start each week potentially? I mean, a ton. So I just really think there could be a shift happening where receivers are kind of becoming more valuable than QBs. Not in every case, but just sort of in general when you're looking at like those early picks in startup drafts, and you can kind of get ahead of the trend, ahead of the curve by looking ahead and valuing these receivers a bit more. I mean, that's why. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I've ever done like a ranking, a big board. Actually, I may have done it for the Aqua Draft with Randy. I could even like pull it up. But I was kind of making a big board of basically like my Dynasty rankings for like a startup. And I want to say I had Malik Neighbors like top 6 or top 5 or something like that, which is definitely different from the market. But I would not be surprised if that's what it looks like a year from now.
Yeah, and you know what? It's funny is like, so Dynasty Domain ended up making a video, and like we were already thinking this. I mean, basically this entire offseason when we're doing startups, like before that video.
I was even saying it a year ago because like I was criticized in our Blood, Sweat, and Beers league for a trade that Blake, you and I did together, where it basically involved me trading Jalen Hurts for a rookie pick where I was planning to take Marvin Harrison, plus, I think you sent me like a future second and some other things, but I was basically like, hey, like I'm trying to get like the next Justin Jefferson here, and like I value that, if it pans out. I mean, obviously I'm getting some things on top, but if it pans out and like Marv is what we think he is, like I'm going to value that more than like a Jalen Hurts. And that was like a very controversial at the time. And then it led to this debate of like, okay, who's more valuable in Dynasty, Jalen Hurts or Justin Jefferson? And I can't remember what the responses were to that. I don't know if we ever put up an official poll. I think like I
think that they said Hurts just because that's how the startup value was last year. Yeah. I think it might have been a little split, but here's the thing. I think it's already shifted. I mean, you're already looking. Like, Hurts is already going behind Jefferson and Chase. And, like, we got, this one, Burrow went behind Neighbors. Hurts actually went, like, 4 picks before he normally does in this startup. Right. So, like, I think the shift has already happened, honestly. I don't think you're going to see much difference from this, like, as far as actual startup ADP. Yeah. Because what's going to change, like, here's the thing. It'll shift if one of Allen, Lamar, Daniels, or I guess like Hurts. I still have Hurts like in that tier. I just am not going to pay the same price because that's why I love Hurts so much. Is you actually get a pretty decent discount on him versus the other guys.
Yeah.
If one of those or even somehow 2 of them, because Allen's getting up there, somehow something happens, an injury, fall off. Sure, that's how receivers start leaking in above them. Mm-hmm. But if they just keep being who they are, like, I don't know. I mean, I guess they'll be a year older. So, yeah, I think the age factor could Neighbors is going to be, like, 22 versus a 31-year-old Allen. I think he's 30 as of right now. So, yeah, maybe that's how it happens. But if Allen was, like, not 31 next year, like, he's going to be ahead of Neighbors, probably. I'm going to say by the market standpoint. So I actually think, like, we've already seen a shift this offseason. I already heard that video referenced to by Dynasty Domain at least 3 times now. I haven't watched it, but I already know all the points.
Oh, you mean like you've heard it it brought up by people other than me?
Yeah, three times at least. So like this is already something I think that's this offseason has changed. Look at Chase is going 1-4. He was not going 1-4 earlier. He was going 1-7 to 1-8, which is a huge 1-6 to 1-7, I'll say. And then Jefferson was always going 1-7 to 1-8. And so on and so forth. So, like, at least in all the startups I saw and did. So, I think we've already seen the shift. Like, the players will shift around each year. Neighbors could be wide receiver 1 next year. He might go ahead of Allen, but it's going to be for reasons that make sense. Allen's going to be a year older. Neighbors is going to be, like, getting right into his prime if that happens. Right. So, yeah, I think... I mean, I think it's right. The reason why that we were taking these receivers, we have them so high on our board, is like this year's unlike no other. I mean, Dak Prescott the 6'6". Normally, you've drafted him at the 2-3 turn every single year. Like the values are insane this year. So, it's just a long-winded way to say that this is the one year where it's like I don't like care to take quarterbacks early because you can get. I mean, you get great values in like the 10th round and beyond too. So. Depends on your room, but let's see what Robert has to say here. He says, from quarterbacks 12 to 22 are kind of similar. And exactly, he says weekly production, like, I mean, I think that's exactly true. Week to week, are you saying, I think this is the biggest one, are you saying at this very second, Mahomes even to, and that's what is he, quarterback 6 in this draft, or 7? As of right now, are we saying Mahomes? I'll put May, Herbert. Are they, or Stroud as well? Are they any better than Prescott, Goff, McCarthy? I don't think so.
Oh,
especially not Purdy. Yeah. So I think there's just like quarterback is going to be one of the it's going to be one of your best picks in startups or one of your worst, depending on who you take and where you take them. The higher you take them in the board, with again, I still love May, and 3-2s, yeah, that's a fine price, but like, I mean, Purdy's probably gonna outscore him. You're getting him a full round later, so yeah, there's the whole dynasty value aspect, but production wise, Dak Prescott will.
Oh right, because that's the thing.
Probably outscore him.
The only reason that May in the what would you say, like early third or whatever, is a good value is because if he has a good second season this year, he would increase in value, and then in theory you could like sell him for a boatload, right? But it's still somewhat like artificial, you know what I mean? Because even if May has a good season, is he realistically like outscoring Jared Goff or Dak Prescott on a points per game basis? Like probably not. Like he could, but like probably not. So it's like there's still a bit of ADV there. And so like if everyone's gonna value May if he has a good season, then take him there and like take the free increase in value and then sell him for a king's ransom. But at some point, like this house of cards could collapse. I mean, it's all kind of like this Ponzi scheme of like he's only valuable because other people think like if other people eventually wake up and realize that like, hey, like why am I paying all this for like a young quarterback that's scoring the same as Jared Goff? Then all of a sudden like the house of cards collapses, and then you might just be stuck holding the bag there.
Yeah, I think probably one of the two most mispriced similar players is like Drake May versus McCarthy. Like I wouldn't be surprised if McCarthy kills May, and you're just like, oh, but May is rushing, and it's like, yeah, so does McCarthy. And hey, McCarthy has, I mean, a million times better weapons, better coaching. Also, I think we just forget that Vrabel just like pounds the rock. Like, I mean, that's a run first team. Yeah, I can be a breakout player, but like he's a specific one that I've thought even at 3-2, which is lower than he normally goes. Normally he goes like mid to late second. I think he's just a potentially just like terrible pick as far as you can get much more productive or similar productive stuff at a fraction of the cost.
Right. And I actually own a share of Drake May in the what I call the Crazy Tight End Premium League. It's technically called Chase the Bag. And I don't think I've ever gotten a trade offer for him. I mean, it's not the most active league in the world, although it's becoming a little more active because we got Seven Coda in there, and we got Hawkeyes in there now. So it's definitely been more active lately, but I just never gotten a trade offer for him. So I don't know. Like I'm probably just like stuck holding him and hoping he has a good season and increase in value, and hopefully I can sell him. But I definitely wouldn't mind moving him now if someone was willing to pay what he's worth on the market. But it just doesn't
have the market value
for him.
I know he doesn't have the market value. Joshy had him in a league, was trying to down tier him at completely reasonable prices.
Yeah,
I think unless you find the perfect May guy, like you're really not getting much to go from May to. You're certainly not getting as much as you would in the startup to down tier from May
for sure. Because like I mean, if I were to spam out offers of like Dak in a first, Goff in a first, like I think I'd just get
you wouldn't get
decline.
You probably get more than a first in the startup to make that down tier. So
yeah, it's just weird how there was that disconnect between startup draft and after the startup.
Yeah. He said, throw these quarterbacks together. He's naming, Kyler, Purdy, Baker, T-Law, Penix. Yeah, all these guys. Yeah, I think that's true. And those are actually, like, some of the best guys to take, though. And I think that's the best part is, like, it will vary from player to player. Like, if you think, Young's as good as all the guys in the head, then you can target Young because he's generally one of the cheapest, right? Purdy's been one of my favorites. He is one of the more expensive ones in there. But he literally outproduces like all the quarterbacks going ahead of him still.
Oh yeah, Purdy's awesome. He is such a value.
I think there's 2 injured games at the end of the season, and the whole fact that the entire Niners team was just like completely wiped from injury last year, and he still was awesome. I think the injury of the last 2 games like really brings his price down because now he looks like he's the quarterback.
Yeah.
The quarterback 14, when in reality he was like the QB6 pre-injury. So
right.
You definitely get a discount on what Purdy's done. So, anyways, on the clock. Sorry, Brandon. Here we are. Like, been 2 hours on the clock. Auto pause, but we'll make this pick now. I haven't heard back from Trent, but God, this is a tough decision. Actually, I did get some trades, so I'll look at that quickly.
By the way, do you want to show us your team so far? I think I just saw it there on the side. You have like A-Chain and Drake London, was it?
Yeah, I got 3 players for the first time. A Chain, Higgins, Warren. Wanted to trade back on the Warren one. Ended up having to take him, which I thought was fine in this, 2 PPR tight ends. So
right, so you got 4 players on your roster.
4 players on the roster, but we have 6 picks and from now to the 8-9. So it's time to fill out the roster.
And give us the format. This is a 12-team start 11
exactly.
Super PPR, and at the tight end premium is 1.0.
Yeah, it's exact same as break room for the people in there. Yeah, exactly all that.
So you definitely value the tight ends. I mean, what are the top few players on your board here that you're thinking about?
Probably won't say that because we have not only is it Brandon in here, but we also have probably Jacob and
fair enough.
And I wouldn't care too much, but it's I don't think some of these players are gonna go, and I might get them at 7-12, and it's just it's hard to disclose exactly though.
I got you. So I mean, can we talk through this, or are you just gonna kind of just make the pick and then maybe explain it after?
Yeah, let me see here for the trades real quick. So Jalen sounds like I did disclose with him because I figured he has the same player in mind as me.
Okay.
Let's see.
But yeah, just for our audio listeners out there, so looking at the draft board here, we got players available like Quinshon Judkins, Derrick Henry, Terry McLaurin, R.J. Harvey, Kenneth Walker, Caleb Johnson, DJ Moore, Chuba Hubbard, DK Metcalf. So some nice players on the board there.
Yeah.
Let's look at the live chat as well. We still got 7 people in here watching. And thank you again, everyone, for joining us. Definitely like the stream if you've been enjoying it. I think we got 6 likes, so that's great to see. Really appreciate that. And if you're new and you haven't subscribed yet, definitely consider subscribing. Talk a lot of Dynasty here. We get really deep into the strategy. We talk best ball. We stream some best ball drafts. We talk redraft, of course. Pretty much all things fantasy football here. So if you're into that kind of thing, you're in the right spot. And definitely Dynasty is huge for us. Blake and I are really passionate about that. So catching up on the live chat here. Gosh, we have so many comments. Thank you again, everyone, for being so active. This has just been a super awesome, fun, amazing stream. Really appreciate it. I'm not even sure what's the last comment we read. Let's see. Okay, I think you read Robert's comment about throwing the QBs together. And then we got someone here named BT. But I don't know if you know who that is.
Yeah, that's the commissioner of this league. That's Brandon.
Okay.
He said his next pick isn't to the 10th, and he read my mind of looking at his team after I make this pick, which I was going to do. So we'll definitely do that. I will call out. I think Judkins is clearly a target here because you're getting a big discount, at least.
Right.
I mean, damn near 2 rounds, if not 2 rounds already from where he would go before. I mean, I had him right above Jonathan Taylor, and Jonathan Taylor normally goes in I don't agree with his normal early 4th ADP. I wouldn't take him ever there, but he actually fell to 412. So we're in that area.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's a reason to take him or not. It's so hard. There's so many other, as we were talking about earlier. It's now there's this uncertainty, and I don't even love investing a ton in running backs. There's still a ton of great players.
Right.
So it's I got a lot of picks coming up here. There could be some good running backs left coming around to me. So I do have a tough time actually clicking him at this moment, though it could be completely wrong. It might be just more of a cowardly move.
Yeah, what about tight ends? I mean, you're getting 2 PPR for tight ends. What tight ends are on the board here?
Yeah, they're all gone. It's Hawkinson was the last guy I would consider at this pick.
Okay.
There's no chance I would take Dalton Kincaid or Mark Andrews.
Okay, you wouldn't take too early for Tucker Kraft? What round are we in?
I mean, this is where I'm just following ADP. Yeah, I'm only taking guys at ADP 6-9. So, normally they're going in earliest round 8. All those guys. Normally.
How about this? This is something that I like to think about if I'm kind of split. Trying to make a tough decision. Which player here not just has the most trade value, but is the easiest to move? what player here is like the most tradable? If you're just drafting trade pieces, who is the best trade piece on the board?
I think it's extremely flat. I think you could make an argument for a bunch. I think my favorite player right now has probably the worst trade value. Like, not the worst trade value. I think
like a Lave or someone like that.
Yeah, and if you went for Judkins, like, good luck trading him right now. Yeah. So I don't think the trade value thing's like a great exercise to use on this one. Simply, yeah. I mean, I think it could arguably be like. I mean, it could arguably have been Harvey pre-draft. Like,
I think it's JMO. I think JMO has the most trade value.
But what are you basing that off of? Like, where you value him, or because?
He goes. I'm high on him, but like, I think JMO's like a pretty easy player to move. I mean, everyone likes wide receivers. He's young. He's explosive. He's fun. Like, he's on a great offense. He's tied to a good quarterback. Like, there just aren't many holes or flaws to his game. And you have the offensive coordinator for Detroit, the new one that's talking him up, saying he's gonna have a big season. Like, I'm pretty high on JMO.
It's possible that he could be, because I think every single player here has a, JMO only, big play and low volume, mashed potato brains.
But here's the thing. What if we haven't seen the best of JMO yet? Or what if he's more than just this big play guy? Like, what if it actually turns into what a lot of people thought it was going to be when JMO was drafted and people were still kind of skeptical of Amon-Ra St. Brown? What if it actually turns into like a 1A and 1B situation rather than him just clearly being the second fiddle?
It could be. I mean, obviously Laporta I think it's so crowded. You got Laporta, you got Gibbs, you got Monty, who took a step up in the
But we've already seen Laporta take a back seat to JMO.
Well, I mean, the back seat was, Laporta, yeah, his volume came down a lot. I mean, what if Laporta took a step? I don't think JMO can go less than 58 catches. I mean, that's not very many at all. I guess the point is, like, I think JMO can take a step. And I'm never taking him over all these receivers, because I'll just let those receivers come off the board before I take them. That's my starter philosophy of, like, he normally goes mid-7th. Like, 7-7, absolutely. I would take him.
Well, I mean, you can trade back, but, I mean, it sounds like you're kind of committed to making the pick here.
Yeah, and I don't know if I am committed. I'm waiting for Jacob. Here we go. Here's the offer. So, by the way, here is an offer right here I could consider making.
Okay.
I only pick up 4th, though, and I lose potentially my top 2 players on the board.
Okay. But you said it's flat, though, so, I mean, are you really too concerned about that?
It's flat, but, like, I think the 2 best players on the board are, like, just mispriced as far as, like, okay, they're not... I think they're going to be probably the next 2 players to go. You know what I mean? I don't think JMO's going to go. I don't think...
Okay.
I think he'll normally go mid-7th, as he's won in every single draft this year.
Okay.
So I'm just kind of playing the ADP game where...
Yeah, I gotcha.
There's 2 players on this board that normally go a full round earlier, or even 2.
Yeah, Judkins, I'm assuming, is one of them, and
I don't think I've seen Olave fall to even the 6th all year. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
And I already thought he was underpriced in the 5th, but of course he's one of those weird players that, like, people just, like, don't want Olave, so I don't care too much.
I'm sure Jacob does. I assume that's why Jacob's trading up here.
I assume so. Let's see what he's offering, because, okay, so I immediately see, like, I'm trading an 8-9, which I definitely want to hang on to, into a 10-6.
Mm.
So I'm, like, losing spots, especially just, like, where the tiers are. Like, 6-9 is not too different from 7-6.
Mm.
I mean, if you gave me a 2nd for my 4th, yeah, hey, I'll take that. But, like, no way in hell I'm moving back 2 rounds from, like, 8-9 to 10-6, basically. So I'm, okay, you move the 4th. Updated. I mean, I'll counter with, like, without the swap. If he wants and maybe I'll just throw him back a 4th to
even it out a little.
Yeah, even out a little bit, but, like, oh wait, sorry, wait, yeah, 7-6. I'll throw him a 3rd to do that, actually, just to help him consider that. I think that's fair as a 3rd.
Yeah, same year. Is that 27?
Yeah, 27. Yeah, I'll give him 27.
Yeah, keep it the same year.
Yeah, I'll give him, is that my only one? Yeah, I'll give him this. So, I mean, these are 27s.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even...
But
like,
still, I mean, it's nice to get a 2nd. I mean, that, similar to the deal Randy and I did with you and Matt today in the Aqua League, where involved in that deal, we got a 2nd and 27. We gave you a 3rd and 27. And again, that could always be one of those things where it's like the 212 and 301, but just on trade value, a second just seems to be worth a lot more than a third.
Yeah, it is. It is. The 27. I didn't even really realize that when I was looking. Like, does he have 26? I'd way rather do this than 26 stuff.
Okay.
Let me see.
Yeah, modify that maybe.
I want to be able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, Jacob's probably like rushing to hit accept on this before you modify.
Come on. Oh,
let's see if you can beat him here.
Now he has to give up his picks, so yeah, he might not be like too. I'll give him this guy's third because I have no idea what it is.
Okay, so is that a modification or a new offer?
This is like I never sent the other one.
Oh, gotcha.
So he says, but I mean, again, like I think undoubtedly like Chris Olave and Judkins are just like great values here. So like it's that, I'm moving back 10 spots, so it's like that might not be worth it to him. Like if it was who was supposed to be there, but it's. I mean,
so to move back 10 spots, you're doing a second-third swap, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Like I would undoubtedly like take less if those two guys weren't on the board here. I think.
But I mean, I think considering the circumstances, that's a pretty reasonable counter by you.
Yeah, it's once you put it to 27, and I can't like really reap those benefits for like until 2027 for the most part, or in 2026 season, like it becomes a little.
Yeah, so you change it to 26, right?
Yeah, he said he just didn't want to send his own pick, which is reasonable if he wants to like rebuild.
Okay, so you're trying to come up with something new now.
Yeah, Carson's in here. I'll choose his second.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll give him Carson's third.
Yeah.
How about that? I don't know. I don't feel great about it, but like there's just enough good players on the board that I can justify it. I think. I mean.
Yeah. Oh, and then by the way, in the live chat, Brandon says, "Do a quick review on my team after."
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, if we have time for that, we could do that. Look at Brandon's startup draft so far here, and then Robert says, "Here's a fun one that just passed. Which side would you rather have?"
Okay.
410, I assume that's a startup 410, and 26 second, or 26 first and 27 first. And then Brandon responded in the chat and said, 2 first for me, easy. And Robert responded and said, do you think third round reversal will disappear for next season? Okay, yeah, we don't care about that. But yeah, what do you think about that offer, though?
I mean,
which side do you prefer?
It really depends, like, what's actually there. I hate trading picks before they get on the clock. That's something that everyone's been doing in here. Yeah. I just hate it because, like, if I traded the 6-9, for example, I mean, I wasn't expecting Chris Olave to be there. Or, whatever other pick. It could be a million different picks. It could be everywhere on the draft board. So I don't like doing that. And, you just never know what's in that draft room. I know nothing about the draft room. The 410 could be, like, I mean, it sounds crazy, but, like, depending on who you're playing with, what if like Rashee Rice was at 410 or Breece Hall or something? Like, okay.
Here's the problem though. You struck on something very interesting because you can say like, oh, we don't like to make trades unless unless the pick's on the clock. But a trade is going to usually involve multiple startup picks, and only one of those startup picks can be on the clock. So that's kind of the issue that I struggle with in terms of startup trades in general. Is like one of the picks can be on the clock, and then I know what that is. But if we're doing like these other later pick swaps and everything, I always struggle with like thinking, I don't know what players are going to be there. So I hate
that's
what I don't know.
Well, that's the key. Exactly. That's why it's hard to trade up in startups because you don't have to really worry about it if you're trading down. Like you'll know what the range of players are, and the upside is that someone. Here's the thing: you'll know what players are automatically there, but there could be a better player than you think falls.
Yeah. Right.
But it doesn't work the other way around. Like there was an extra round added in the startup, and there's a 6.5, 6.5 round, right? So like you're automatically gaining like expected value by trading down when not knowing what it is and just leaning into that. Yeah, but if you're trading up, and like the thing is like you'll know what because the pick's on the clock.
Yeah, so if you're trading up, like the best pick in the deal that you're getting better be on the clock. Otherwise, you're really rolling the dice and playing with fire.
Yeah, and if you don't, trade up for a pick that's on the clock, like you don't even know what's gonna be there. Your thing might not be there, so you might have an idea, but you might not have done that trade,
right?
Based off what's on the clock. So,
Yeah.
But anyways, I think it's a pretty fair deal. But like, yeah, I mean, if I'm in the startup, you're only losing one startup pick. Like I was saying earlier, at the beginning of the startup, you can easily build a team without a 410 startup pick and just cash your 26 first. And I guess I don't feel too strongly about it.
Right.
Because like it's depending on who's 410, it could be a great value.
Yeah, I mean, what's like the typical player you're getting at the 410? I don't know if you want to pull up like the draft board again.
Yeah, I mean, see if it's like Purdy, like I think he's extremely underpriced. I think Breece Hall can fall there.
I mean, Purdy might be worth 2 firsts on his own, so I guess that would be. I mean, you're getting 2 firsts. It's 2 for 1, right? I guess he does have to throw in the 26 second.
Yeah.
So I guess if you wanted to counter, I guess I don't know which side Robert would be getting here, but if you were the side getting the 410,
it's one that went
the side getting the 2 firsts, like you could counter and remove the 26 second and just make it a 2 for 1.
Yeah, I think the 2 for 1 I feel much better.
Yeah.
If I don't think you're getting that for the 2 for 1 though. I think that's why it's really fair actually, but
okay.
Because if you add to one side,
would you trade Purdy for less than 2 firsts?
In a startup, I would, because there's other options, but not in another league. Like, it depends. I mean, yeah. Again, do I have a third quarterback? Like, I think Purdy, you'll never really get 2 firsts for him in a normal league.
Yeah.
So like, but I love to bet against managers that are trading their first away in startups. So yeah, I mean,
because it's a lottery ticket. What if it ends up being the 101, right?
Could end up being the 101 in both years. So I do like the side with 2 firsts just in general. He just said that deal went down. I don't think he was even part of it. And he also asked, do you think third round reversal? By the way, I'm getting trades here, so I'll try to read this one quick. Yeah. But third round reversal will disappear for next season. So, okay, so this is where we're split in this league too, because this is the first league I've done since my first year of Dynasty, where it was completely unfair. I got 2. I have an absolute super team in one and a really good team in the other, and I picked in the top 3 picks, which it's not where I have a super team. The other people beside me one of them might be at the bottom of the league, but to get 27 or 28-year-old Josh Allen, probably 27-year-old Josh Allen.
Yeah. I
mean, what an edge to get that or these other guys at the time and their trade value.
Yeah.
Non-third round reversal. I mean, my God, I was just it was just unfair. I actually felt kind of bad that I would have been not very happy if I got the 112. So I think this is the one year where I did think about it. I think there's an argument for it. I mean, just my own personal opinion is, and I think Dan, you said you can definitely see the no third round reversal argument, but mine is it just doesn't factor in the opportunity of trading the 101. I mean, I basically traded the 101 for Jamar Chase and a first, and I only had to give up a second. That's a deal that you just can't really do unless you have the 101. So imagine you have that and no third round reversal. You just have so much power holding those picks.
Right.
You could say this position falls somewhere here. Every draft's a little different. And people, you can maneuver around the board to take advantage of that anyway. So I do just think in general having 3 top 25 picks and one of them being the 101 is just undoubtedly an advantage over any other pick in in third round reversal. I think a third round reversal, if you put me and a bunch of a big sample of players round, I think the distribution of where people would pick from would be completely spread out. Or as you say, okay, you can't take the 101 or whatever. It's okay, well maybe I'm gonna take the 112 now, or I'm gonna take you can't take the 112. They might take the 101. I think it's you could take either side of the spectrum in there, or you could take the middle. Surely, I like taking the middle, personally.
Yeah,
and too. In a non-third round reversal, what's the argument to take 112? There is no argument. It's just if you don't like value, so...
Yeah.
You take the 101 every time in non-third round reversal, so...
Oh, yeah.
That's where I lean on there. I do see the argument, but... I don't know. What, do you have any?
Yeah, and I mean, Dynasty Domain presented a really good argument about it. I'm pretty sure it was it was the same video where they talked about how like receivers kind of becoming the new QB. So that's definitely a really interesting video to check out. I don't know, maybe I could like drop the link to it in the chat or something if anyone wants it. Let me know if you want that link, or let us know if you've seen it and what you think about their opinion. And that's kind of like a longer discussion. I don't know if I want to go into like the whole thing like right now. But yeah, I mean, I think if there was a year to be anti third round reversal, I do think it's this year. But yeah, I could see the argument either way for it. I think you present a very good counter to Dynasty Domain's argument, that maybe they weren't fully factoring in. So you can kind of argue either way.
I think the money. Here's the thing. I think the money we're mouthing is my biggest argument. If you gave me the option in a third round reverse, and I know it's just my opinion, but I think if you gave like everyone an option, and that's, you had a giant sample, everyone's taking the 101 in non-third round reversal, where you're gonna get completely mixed results. And just for my opinion, I don't think the 112 or 111 is like, especially the way I want to draft, I don't think that's much of an advantage to any other position on the board. I can see why someone's build that might fit their build, but I don't think you have an advantage at 111 or 112.
I mean, you could walk away with 3 sick receivers with those first 3 picks at the 112.
You could, but I mean, you could say you could walk away with like 3 even better receivers at like the 101 thing, and you could get a trade back done, and get like a first on. There's just like more you can do. You just have an unfair advantage with the 101. So I do think it's like not that much to like even really worry about. Like if you have to do it like this one, it's like, all right, I'll try it with the no third round reversal. I got the 4th pick or something. I wanted to be as close as I could to what did I even get? I wanted to be as close to the start as possible. Like I wanted to be way away from the back personally. But I just think it needs to be factored in. It's all the trade value and stuff. So
yeah, I got you. It's definitely a good argument and a good counter to what Dynasty Domain was saying. So I definitely think you could kind of argue it either way. And I agree that the third round reversal does make things more interesting, because then you get more of a variation in terms of like, okay, some managers still want to pick early, some want to pick late, some people still like the middle. So it definitely makes things kind of more interesting. So I agree with you on that. By the way, we did get away from, I can't remember how long ago it was now, but we were talking about doing a little roster review for me with the this orphan I'm struggling with. So I don't know if we still have time for that or what you're thinking, Blake, but I did send you a co-manager request in case you still wanted to try to do that tonight.
Yeah, let's figure out this pick. God, yeah, sorry, Brandon, for delaying. You know, I mean, this normally happens on stream. We keep yapping. Yeah. I'm really torn on this, because Jacob is like, it's like he sent the same offer to me, and I'm like, I was already doubting it. Like, God, I need to do a little bit of math here real quick. This is normally what I like to do.
I'll see if I can catch up in the on the live chat here. Let's see here. So let's see, Robert. Okay, yeah, we talked about the third round reversal. And then, let's see. Brandon says, in my opinion, it should, especially in a star 3 wide receiver. I think so. He's saying that in favor of
disappearing.
Oh yeah, of not having third round reversal.
Well, here's the thing. We don't know for next year, because the whole argument of no third round reversal is specific to this year. Well, there could be a lot of turnover at quarterback that we don't expect. People could be busts. The whole reason is because of quarterbacks this year, I think. Is just
yeah. So I mean, it'll be interesting to see whether that's something that continues or changes. You know, like is this the new normal, or is this like a 1-year fluke? So that's a whole other discussion, and it's hard to say for sure. And let's see, Brandon also says in the live chat, I seen it that my main reason why I push for non-third round reversal. I understand Blake's point of view with the trade value, though. Okay. And yeah, those are the latest comments there. I don't know if we missed any others. We've had a ton of comments in the live chat, so it's so great to see the comments from everyone. Love having everyone in here. We still got 7 people watching, so thank you everyone for joining us. Like, this has been a really fun stream. So yeah, I think Blake's doing some math and figuring out his trade offers. Yeah, let me know if I miss any of your comments. Feel free to just like
Yeah.
bring my attention to it, or just like say the comment again to bring it to the bottom of the chat so I see it. But yeah, happy to answer any questions. If you have any questions about your leagues or a trade or a startup draft that you're in, we can definitely help you with that. But yeah, Blake's just figuring out what pick he wants to make on the clock, or if he's gonna complete a trade here to trade back possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so torn because like I want to make the pick. Yeah, okay, I can get a nice swap done with Jacob, but it's like okay, it's in 27. And if it was in 26, I'd do it.
It sounds like the deal isn't quite right, and like if the deal ain't right, it ain't right. Like just walk away and make the pick.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we can always get it done if I make. Actually, I think here's the biggest thing. I think we're to pick the same player. I think it's one of those rare ones where I could just make the pick and we could just see it at 7-6.
Keep negotiating. Yeah, exactly. People always forget about that possibility, that option. So I think you're safe doing that. Just if you don't want to hold up the draft anymore, I think you're safe to make the pick. And I have a feeling what player you're going with. Yeah, let's see. But yeah, and then I think after Blake makes his pick or completes a trade, we're gonna do a little roster review. I took over this orphan in a league. Let me pull it up here. So kind of an interesting format. I mean, it's basically, a lot of it's like typical stuff. It's a 12 team, start 10, super flex, PPR. The tight end premium is 0.5. But what really makes it interesting is that it has the point per carry. You get 0.25 point per carry. So that definitely pushes the running backs up. So it's kind of, it's my first time in a point per carry league. So that has definitely impacted my strategy. I definitely been going pretty heavy on the running backs, especially in the rookie draft. I mean, I was just like absolutely hammering the running backs. So I've got like a ton of rookie running backs on this team. But it was a pretty crappy orphan that I took over. So I don't, usually I'm like the orphan king. I'm really good at like turning teams around, but I've kind of struggled in this league. And so I think I might need some outside perspective. I might need Blake's help to get it back on track. So
yeah.
Yeah, let me know in the chat if anyone else, enjoys taking over orphans, and if you have any, tips for, how to turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm excited to take a look at this because yeah, I think outside this is where I think okay, when you take over an orphan number 1, it's much easier. You don't have no attachment. Like if I owned a player I really liked, I'm actually more willing to get rid of them because like you just don't have that. Like you didn't make the pick, you didn't make the trade. Right? And normally when you have an orphan, you just gotta scrap things. You gotta just like flip everything, take all these trade opportunities.
Yeah.
So it'll be fun to see, especially when like I just don't own the team. I can really just like completely give a non-attached look of like, okay, you need to make this move. So
yeah, well, what really makes it tricky is I did something incredibly dumb. I mean, it's like borderline rookie mistake with this. I traded my 26 first.
Was that the Pickens one?
No.
Okay.
I basically traded it for, I think it was like the 110 or something like that. And I basically traded my 26 first for like the 110. But at the time, like, although the team I took over was very crappy, it had a lot of like, good productive veterans on it. It had like Mike Evans, Travis Kelce, and James Conner, and like a lot of guys like that. So I kind of thought like, okay, like, I'm probably going to keep a lot of these guys and just contend. Like, I got a free buy-in. But inevitably, I, like, gradually ended up, like, trading a lot of these guys. And then now it's like, oh, crap, I kind of wish I had that 26 first now. So, yeah, really mismanaged that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't trade away, especially like an orphan. Like, it better be the best damn orphan to trade away the first. And there's
it was stupid. It was so stupid. But like,
especially because you only got a rookie for it. If it was it's like another thing if you got a player that contributes, but it's really hard to get.
Also, what impacted that decision is that this was such a loaded running back class in terms of the rookies. That I'm like, oh man, like, I'm probably get a really great running back there, like, RJ Harvey or Caleb Johnson or, someone like that. And I just thought like, man, if I add that to, this like kind of fun veteran lineup that I have. Like, hey, I could really make some noise and maybe, win a championship year one without paying any buy-in. So it sounded good at the time, but yeah, inevitably I move off these veterans as I typically do. And then there was sort of that incongruence between, what was in place when I made the deal and what the reality is now because of the trades I've made.
Yeah. Let's take a look at that in a moment. I just ended up making the pick while we were talking here of Olave.
Okay.
Just like way too good of a value. I'm getting the mashed potato brain discount. I mean, he's just so damn good. There's a lot of question marks, but like we're talking 6'9". Like I can good. Normally it's been hard to pick him in like the mid to late fifth because it's like, okay, there are a lot of really good contributing players there. There's quarterbacks, stuff like that. But it's like at this point, like, dude, I'm just taking the best player. I mean, I'm taking the huge discount. I mean, truly, he's right up there with Garrett Wilson talent. I mean, those guys, same class.
Yeah.
He had the same rookie year. I mean, basically the same second year. Same college. Like, I mean, they're both in pretty bad situations still. So like, I'm just calling it like extreme discount a lot. Garrett Wilson. He could even outscore Garrett Wilson, who I absolutely love Garrett Wilson as well. I just had to take it. But here's the thing. I made kind of a verbal, we're not like set in stone, but it's like, hey, I just told him like the payoff from the second, third swap in 27 isn't enough to like completely get screwed over in the next 10 picks. It's just not worth it. But, I know he'll want a Chris Olave. He's extremely good value. Why don't I just take Olave? I'll let the 10 picks happen. Right. And when I get on the clock, we'll make this deal if I don't get completely screwed over. I'll have to readjust, but so we kind of have this verbal agreement that we can see what happens. So I think that's actually there's a startup tip, especially if you have if you know the manager, it's kind of hard to do that. Maybe I wouldn't have known he liked Olave, I guess. Right. So because I knew I could kind of do something like that. Mm-hmm. That's kind of a win-win for both sides. We didn't need to make a trade on the clock here.
He might even end up making one later.
He might even get something at 7-6 he really likes and doesn't want to do the deal, which is completely fine too. So,
but you're fine if you get stuck with Olave, stuck. So
exactly, yeah. So it's a fun option there. So, anyways, then Henry goes, and all right.
Yeah, so I sent you the so you just accepted the invitation to be my co-manager.
Yep.
I need the help.
Okay. Oh,
boy. I've made a number of trades, but it seems like trading this league, I mean, it's a reasonably active league. I've been able to get trades done, but it seems like I maybe have to bend a little more than I want in some of these negotiations. And so I probably have bent a little too much to get some deals done, and maybe looking back, I done that a few too many times to the point where even though I was happy enough with the trade to make it, I feel like in most leagues I would have squeezed out a little more value than I did. So I don't know, just things haven't quite been coming together with this.
Wait, it's completely fine. RJ Harvey was your 110 pick, right?
Yeah, although I'm trying to think back with the trade I made where I got the where I sent away my 26 first, I got the 110 and the 112, and I basically gave Derrick Henry and my 26 first. So it was kind of debatable about which goes to which, but yeah, if we're looking at it from the perspective that I got the 110 for the 26 first and Derrick Henry for the 112, then I took RJ Harvey and then I turned him into Rashee Rice. So
yeah,
I guess that's a win.
That's a win, I guess. If you look at, let's just pretend that's what happened. If it wasn't.
Well, I mean, it basically is.
It is.
How you match up,
that's better.
What did I get for Derrick Henry and what did I get for the 26 first? But close enough.
Yeah. So this. I was just clicking the season.
Oh God!
This
pull
is
this one up.
This is the Gustavo explain yourself. What the hell? Yeah, I mean, I know you're high on Marvin Mims, but I mean, I don't even want to talk about it.
You weren't supposed to see that. I was hoping you.
My goodness.
You found that quickly.
0.25 point per carry too. That. Even if it wasn't, I still have that reaction.
Yeah, I mean, basically, like, yeah, I'm not saying that was the greatest trade ever, and yeah, maybe it was a bad trade, but I don't know. I was just here's the thing, like, I'm not quite as high on CMC as you are. I would say I'm like 80 to 90%, where you are. I'm not quite all in on him. In this league where I don't have a lot of value on this team, CMC definitely makes me nervous. And like, I guess I could view it in terms of like, okay, free buy-in, just go for it and everything like that. But to down tier to Pollard and get Marvin Mims and a couple picks, I do like the upside there. I mean, there's definitely crazy as it sounds, like there's a world in which Marvin Mims breaks out this year and is worth more than CMC a year from now. And then I get a Tony Pollard to, hopefully get me 70% of CMC, if CMC is, the old CMC, which he might not even be. And I get a couple of rookie picks where I can use on running backs in a point per carry league. So, I think there was some good process to it, but I feel like I probably should have gotten more value.
It's just like, yeah, I mean, if you want to take the process of like splitting up, that's fine. Like, obviously, that's a good. I mean, you didn't get nearly enough. Like, not even close. I mean, you might have taken 50 cents on the dollar, if even that. I mean, even this is Garendo pre-draft, is it not? Or right at the draft. I mean, still, like, okay, if he is the handcuff, like, I don't know exactly how to value him. But Jordan James doesn't cost much, so it's like kind of the combination of Garendo and James are pretty.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I took Jordan James with one of those rookie picks I got in the deal. So that was part of the thinking. I think it was just after the NFL draft, I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think the big lesson on like a deal like this. And again, I know McCaffrey's values change, but yeah, this is around. I mean, I kind of came around myself from like being like, I probably don't want CMC to whatever that break room draft is. When I saw he was at like 6'8", that was when I was like, holy crap! Like, wait a second.
I mean, in my defense, like, yeah, you just acknowledged it that, yeah, his value has gone up, like, as time has gone on, as, like, there's been some good reports on him, as we've gotten closer and closer to redraft season and, seeing where he goes an underdog, and people have been getting higher on him. So his value was different than in my defense. I mean, it's easy to look at it now, but, like, things did feel a little different back then.
It definitely did. And, like, I've just even gotten higher on CMC than before.
For sure. But yeah, I mean, even at the time, I knew you wouldn't have liked that deal. And what was the other thing I was going to say?
This is like the, if I'm in your shoes here, like this is the difference. It's not that I completely understand the trade for McCaffrey. However, the one thing you overlooked here is like, okay, if McCaffrey comes out, it will take 1 week for McCaffrey. If he comes out and he's Christian McCaffrey in a 0.25 point per carry league, and hey, you got Garendo too, so you can even sell the handcuff insurance guy. I mean, like, dude, who isn't paying like an absolute bag in this league? Because it's like the fact that you actually had the handcuff too.
Yeah, I know.
Like, dude, I mean, like that's the ultimate like.
It was a bad deal. It was a bad deal.
Bet high for 1 week, but
I can't defend it. But that's
a lesson learned for everyone out there. Hey, but 0.25 point per carry, that was the big thing. I think maybe it's easy to overlook that. Especially if you haven't played in one before.
Yeah.
But my God, that is a huge edge for.
Well, I mean, I wasn't overlooking it. I mean, I was factoring in that I'm like getting a running back and Pollard, who I've always liked. I mean, I'm trying to think. How does he get? I mean, I think he's a little younger than CMC. Probably, I guess, similar age.
I think they're the same age.
Same age, basically. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So.
I don't know. Yeah, it wasn't my finest moment.
Like, I know you were high on Mims too, but I mean, yeah, that's probably just
also my defense. Like, I've gotten a little more realistic about Mims since then, but that was like at the peak of I need to get some Marvin Mims shares.
Yeah, I get the Mims entire thing, but yeah, he's basically a guy in a lineup full PPR league. I just don't really have any interest in personally, especially like where people are valuing him at.
I still think he's intriguing. I still think there's a chance he breaks out and could be this year's Jameson Williams. I'm not saying that's likely to happen, but that'd be the upside.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly can acknowledge that's the upside. I guess here, by the way, I was thinking about the JMO thing because I know that's something you've been really leaning on. Is hey, there's a lot of similarities, efficiency, but I think there's a few major differences. Number one, Marvin Mims was not even remotely the. I mean, JMO was drafted 11th overall, I believe, with a torn ACL, like not even ready to play for the entire season. Like, I mean, that is insane draft capital. Mims was, I think, a second round late pick or something.
That's a second rounder.
Yeah, that's a massive gap, of course, because the second receiver, are normally just not even really hits. Like they're just kind of they're hit or miss basically. But then the other thing is like, okay, we got the same coaching staff. There's now increased competition. He has been really good when he's out there. I think that's where we split out. I'm not saying he won't be good if he gets the 100%. He's not going to get 100% snaps though. That's the thing. You need him getting out there. At least 70 plus.
100%, but like if he can get up to 80, that'll work for me.
I just don't see it happen with the Sean Payton's like the guy where it's like I heard someone joking about this at some point about Marvin Mims too, which I thought was like pretty true and pretty funny. They were saying like they were like relating it to a meme. They're like Sean Payton is like, we need to get this guy more snaps. Like, he's been saying this for 2 years. We need to get this guy more snaps. Like, hey, you're the guy that gets him more snaps. Like, you're literally the guy in charge of that. It's like, why aren't you getting him more? Stop saying. Right. So it's like, Sean Payton is the ultimate like coach speak. Don't listen to anything he says kind of guy. He compares everyone to Kamara and Michael Thomas. So, anyways,
I got you, but. Let's look forward.
Yeah.
I agree. Some mistakes have been made along the way here. This is why I'm bringing you in. I need some help on this team.
I had to rip on the Mims.
Okay, I deserve it.
We got to teach you a lesson.
I'll take my lumps here. Guilty as charged. Let's look ahead.
But you know what? I think this Rice deal ended up really well for you. So
that was probably the only good, really good trade I've made this since I took this team over.
I think at least evens out. Now, okay, here's my question. Okay, we'll move on. we'll move on. You don't have a quarterback.
Okay, yeah. I think I remember talking to you about that Stafford-Tillman deal at the time. Here's the thing. This is only I should have mentioned this. It's only 4 points per passing touchdown. So like in this, like Stafford is like almost seems like useless to me.
I'm looking like I don't know what to do because you don't have Stafford. I'm just like looking at it because you don't have a first and you don't have Stafford. So you do have like darts, but you don't even have like really a flex or a tight end or really like Ridley and Rice.
I have picks though. I think I have like 3 or 4 seconds next year. I have a bunch of thirds, so I got picks.
You do, but I'm looking at this and it's just like like this. There's no chance here. Like this is like there's. I just don't see the path for this team to even like. How many? This is a 12-man. Yeah. Let me just like real quick look at like projections just to get an idea of like what other teams are like. Whether it's like that accurate or not. Yeah, you're at what? You're basically projected to be the third worst team, tied for the second. This guy might even actually have depth. Oh, he does have 2 people in his lineup. So okay, so you're the second worst team on projections, and it's not even really particularly close. So I think
I've wanted to turn some of these 26 picks into like some veterans, but. Yeah, I was talking to like the owner. There's a team in here that's rebuilding that owns like DeAndre Swift and Chigo Okonkwo and some other like semi-interesting vets, and just seemed like he wanted like way too much for some of those guys. So I was like trying to see if I could get a deal. Oh, he also has like Tyreek Hill. So I've been negotiating with them, but it hasn't gone particularly well.
This is where it's like, I think you just got to cut your loss. Okay, so you have 4 seconds. Let's just entertain. You got 4 players for 4 seconds.
Also, I basically have the 201 because that team that's rebuilding that owns like Tyreek Hill and stuff. I have his second round pick, so I do have the likely 201.
Okay, let's give you credit for like a 201 type quarterback. I don't even know who that would be, but like let's just play the hypothetical here. You get a second quarterback for that pick and maybe a couple other throw-ins. It doesn't even matter the names, and then you fill out the rest of your 3 flexes with, or like whatever, like Tillman or Gesicki. You fill out your 3 weakest lineup spots with those 3 other seconds. Is your team actually like even in the top 8 for contending?
I mean,
Because here's the thing, you're not going to get Connor and stuff. Like, you're not going to get those guys for a second. Everyone's going to just hang on to them. It's a point per carry. You're not going to get your classic favorite running backs. It's just like, I mean, you're going to need some great deals.
The way I got that 26-201 was by trading Connor.
Okay, yeah, which for the 201 though, like that's certainly a deal I do on this team. So, yeah, I mean, I just, I saw you had Benson on the bench. I mean, that's really like the only guy that you can even like, and maybe Bryant, but then again, you have Mims. So I guess I don't mind like just holding on to both of them.
I'm loaded at running back though. I mean, like if some injuries happen, like I could be in business, but yeah, it's not going to be like immediately start the season.
But are you? I mean, you only have Genty and Pollard and Benson and okay, I just saw Tootin, so you do have Tootin.
I have Jaden Blue, Monangai, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Woody Marks, Taj Brooks, Nick Chubb, Rashard Smith, Trey Benson, and then look at the taxi. Pull up the taxi real quick.
Yeah, and then ETA. Yeah, I mean, as much as I like those guys, I mean, probably one or two.
Wait. Just scroll down. For our audio listeners here, we got Isaiah Davis, Jordan James, Ollie Gordon, and Trevor Etienne. And then also, in terms of my receivers, I have Kyle Williams. So yeah, there are a few interesting guys.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is like, if you go all in, you might have a guy or two emerge there. I think by the second half of the season, like these are all our favorite guys, but like most of these guys are going to be it's going to be too late, and most of these guys are just going to turn into nothing. At least rookie season, and then maybe year two they look better, but like I just really don't see a path unless you come off Genty. I mean, or Rice, but then those are like your two big hammers. So like you would need like 100th percentile outcome on like your entire roster. One injury and like you're torched. I mean, even on the bye weeks, you're probably torched. You would need to hope for. Let's just see who you play. Okay, so week one opponent's not that good. Week two, like it's kind of like a good luck projection.
Yeah.
And then week three, it's a good luck projection. You got to play these guys twice, so like anything can happen. But I'm just cutting my losses at this point, just rebuilding. And I mean, it's Genty and a 0.25. I mean, I would be just like scouring for like the biggest deal you can get for Genty.
Yeah, that's probably the answer.
And even, I mean, it's tough with Rice because if you can't get like the Igbuka and a first type deal for Rice, it's like, okay, just hang on to them and then like sell them after week one or whatever.
Sure.
And then from there, you can kind of just go with. There's maybe not too much like you have to do. You just sell at the peak. You're just playing the day trading game. You're selling at their peak, and you're just getting as many picks as possible, which you're really good at. And honestly, even if some of these running backs like get some small wins in season, depending on who it is and the situation, you might just want to cash out on that win and just do your Dan. Because if there's anyone that I know can own the entire second round and third and fourth round, it's you. And if there's ever a team that you've needed to do that on, it's this team.
Oh yeah.
So I would say play this as you would basically any other like league, but know that you're not going to contend with this team. Like you would need a literal miracle. I think you're probably honestly broken even on trades from what I've seen. This team, you just weren't equipped.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the big mistake was trading the 26 first, but at the same time,
try to get it back.
Ultimately, get Rashee Rice. So
yeah. I mean,
it's so tough to do. It's so tough to get back that first.
I know.
Like, this guy's got to be like,
I guess that's why you don't want to.
Right now, looking at my 26 first.
That's why you don't want to rebuild. I guess I can see that's the hesitation.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, just overpay for it, but don't pay anything near the 101 price, I guess, or do your best not to. Then just go make it the 101 or 102 next year. And hey, you got your own second. Now you're talking that you have the 201 and 202 next year. I mean, that's just the route you got to take, I think. And I mean, come on, what's he gonna do? Say no to Genty for your first plus a bunch of goodies on top? Like, how's he gonna?
Okay, hey, let's send an offer right now. Like, help me craft that. Let's send an offer. I'm open to it because like I need to make some moves in this league.
Who owns it?
It's here, I'll pull it up real quick.
I might be able to scan it out here. Here it is, right here. Birdo.
Found it. Okay.
Yeah, and anyone in chat watching, If you got any suggestions.
Oh, dude! If anyone has any ideas for this team, like, please put it in the chat. Like, I desperately need some help here, as you can see. So please, if you have any ideas, let us know.
This guy's got a good team. I hope he has enough depth. He has a lot of first. Like, that's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's the starting offer? I'm just putting some stuff in here to see.
Yeah, okay, so obviously we're starting with my first, which is looking like more and more like the 101 at this point.
I mean, here's the thing. This could be a fair deal, 1-for-1 by next year. I mean, one of the best players next year, projection, we can't put too much, but he actually is that Love running back, and who knows, maybe him or another guy is just as good as a prospect as Genty, so good to keep that in mind. I like for a thought process.
But we're definitely not going to tell the other manager that. We're going to ask for
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, if you can get, I mean, just Prep have a good team in here. I feel like he does.
He has a good team. It doesn't have a lot of depth, typical Prep, but it does have a good starting lineup. Actually,
let me just go check his team real quick.
He actually has some decent depth in it, at least for Prep.
Okay.
At least by his standards, because he usually doesn't have like any depth. He actually has a few good players on his bench, so he does.
Yeah, you don't want his first. That's a good team. Okay, so let's go back.
What other first does he own in 26?
He has his own. You definitely want his, even though you're giving him Genty.
Why do I want his?
I would want his over. I just looked at Prep's team. That is not a team I want to bet against. He's got a good team too, but it's not. Josh Allen. I just don't think it's as strong on paper, and it has less depth. I think. Like, look at his receivers. He just has no one after his third one in Myers.
Mm.
Anyways, do you think there's any chance you can like add a Scatabo on here and get like you're getting in your head you're getting hopefully the 101 if you can out tank this guy.
Right.
I think you could do it if you put your mind to it, and I think it'll help your team.
If I out tank the guy, the Tyreek owner.
I think you can find a way to do it easily.
Yeah.
Knowing you with the trades,
you're getting. So this offer is basically my own first, which hopefully is the 101.
You're hoping it's worth
this guy's own first, which is probably late, but you never know. Maybe I get lucky, and I get Scatabo for Ashton Genty.
I mean, this is like when I've been, if I've ever done trades. I mean, I guess like I'm not looking to trade for. I never am trading for my first back when I'm rebuild. Like that's just not a scenario I've been in. But I'm thinking this like in scenarios. It's like if you're gonna rebuild.
Yeah.
I mean, this pick literally could be worth Genty. I mean, who knows? If something happened to Genty, that pick is worth more. But it's
I'm pretty sold.
They're in the same range.
Very happy if that was accepted.
Absolutely in the same range.
Yeah.
The 101s with the 101s, always in the same area of drafts, anyways.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I mean, unless you think we could add anything more, but I think it's pretty fair already, and I think we'd probably be getting greedy.
Here's the thing. I think from his perspective, as long as he's not just holding your pick hostage,
right?
I think it's acceptable on his part, even if he knows it's gonna be early. A lot of people just don't even care about 26 or early. It makes no sense.
Right.
I mean, there's Genty in a 0.25 point per carry. That demands.
I think I can ask for a good bet for that.
I think this is the start because dude, you get your 101 or 102 back. Now you can commit to just making these other picks of your own better. It's just the snowball effect for your roster. It's kind of like what Chase has been doing too. You're just splitting up. I think that's the first step to be made.
Yeah, I was just starting to think that. I didn't want to even let my mind go toward moving off Genty in a point per carry league, but just the other day I was starting to think, you know what, that might be my only way here, and of course that's immediately what you went to, so I 100% agree. It's the move. Yeah,
no, exactly. So, and then also we were just talking about how fragile running backs are. Again, I think Genty, he's a rookie, but again, you just never know. He's a rebuilder. Just take the something that's the sum of Genty over keeping him, and we know the first can't get hurt, so and then now you have first to work with. You just cannot be in a situation without first, so
Oh yeah, 100%.
No, yeah, I think that I would say for the rest of the team, like, you know, you can kind of scour. You'll know the league better than me.
I mean, the thing is, like, I think I almost can't do too much else until I know what happens with that Genty deal, because that's going to impact everything else.
Exactly, and also I think like a lot of these players is kind of just like bet on them week one.
Yeah.
You could try to get a price you're comfortable for Pollard and stuff like that, but
yeah,
these Ridley and I think Rice is like a week one guy. You could test it right now. And I am in the same situation, no pun intended. If I got like the Igbokwe in a first deal from you, it's like, okay, I'll take that. But if I'm not getting any more than that or any less than that,
do you want to send that out right now just for fun? You want to send out Rice for Igbokwe in a first?
Yeah, like if you can't get that, I'm holding on to him in season.
Oh, like, for sure. Because I need for Rice because I'm very high on him.
Yeah, as long as it's the scenario where it's like Igbokwe, as long as Igbokwe just like week one doesn't come out and blow up or just like everyone gets hurt in front of him.
Yeah.
Like I think that's a deal you can get done week 2.
Yeah, it's probably more likely after like a week 1 where Rice has a good game and Igbokwe does nothing for sure.
Exactly, and then everyone's just like, yep, all right, I'm down to do it. So.
Yeah, because I mean, so much changes once the season starts and games are being played and fantasy points are being scored. Like all of a sudden, like everyone's mindset shifts and it's like, oh, now I want to score points. I want to win money.
Do you know who owns Igbokwe?
I don't offhand.
Oh, here we go.
Found him. Okay,
yeah,
sweet.
Hopefully it's a first.
Yeah, hopefully I mean, we could even send out some like other similar offers. I mean, I'm trying to think. Like, I guess you could also do it with like a Zay Flowers, a Jordan Addison. Like, I mean, should we send those out?
Yeah, I think so. What is this one where you might want to add like, I don't know, like a Tank Dell or something to make it look gross? Just
I don't know if it looks too greedy on the offer, but what do you think?
Like if there was already like a 3-for-1, I would say absolutely not. It's
okay.
You could make them. Maybe it's like
maybe it almost helps. Like maybe it almost makes the offer look even better for them. Like
Tank
one of those things you add this like roster clogger and it's just like it almost like helps the offer.
Yeah, let's put him in first on the deal.
Okay.
Let's just see. I think this is like warranted to put Tank Dell at the top of the thing, and he's like, holy crap.
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute, like the top player is Tank Dell, like he already wants to hit accept the moment he sees Tank Dell, right?
Yeah, and then here's the thing, like it could be one thing where like, all right, like I'll remove Tank Dell, even though he's worth nothing, and then
okay, fine, I'll take Tank Dell out. You got me.
Let's see who owns. If anyone has any suggestions for like a receiver, oh here we go. Here's a guy.
Yeah, I think Flowers and Addison definitely come to mind.
I got one.
What about a Josh Downs? Like Josh Downs a first and a throw-in.
What about this? Start high with this guy because he has a bunch of guys that you can get. So start with the best.
He counters with Addison, and I can just hit accept, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say this one you could just send 2-for-1.
Yeah, send that.
And then if he brings it down, then you could add the worst player in the deal or something, and like psychological effects.
Yeah.
And then Downs is an interesting one because I know you're much higher in Downs. The thing is, like, I'm not down on Downs.
Yeah.
Down on Downs. I'm very torn on the fact that, like, is he a guy that realistically, I think he's more of a play where he just like outproduces what you're paying for him. Mm-hmm. I don't know that he's a guy that like really climbs that big up in value, like with his profile. Yeah. Because he's not even playing like all the he's not playing all the routes. He's not even a high volume passing offense. So it's like there are a lot of stuff working against him. Where I definitely am taking any of the players that go ahead of him in startups like easily. So you're not gonna get Worthy because he's on the same team.
Well, I mean, what if we did like Downs a first and a second? I mean, wouldn't you accept that in a heartbeat? So,
yeah, that's where we're talking like and it depends on what this guy's picks are too. Because if this guy has a weak team, like heck yeah, you might get a
nice lottery ticket there to bet on.
Yeah, I mean with where you're at on Downs, like this would be a smash.
Oh, I would love that. I mean, if I got the notification that trade was completed, like that'd be very happy.
I think Pickens is a great one. Here we go. This guy too.
Oh, yeah, I don't mind Pickens in a first.
Yeah.
I feel like I might even be able to get like some kind of like running back thrown in that. Like, I mean, maybe look at the guy's running back room. Could I get? I'm trying to think of like a 4th round type of. You know, the guy had. I know I own JCM in this, but like someone like that, or a Manungai, or you know, I own a lot of these players, but you know, just a fun throw-in.
He doesn't have the running back. I don't know, like
Eric Powing. I mean, I know he's worth like nothing, but
I don't know. Eric All in your IR or anything?
He's IR eligible. Throw Eric All in there.
Yeah,
I like that. I could use some tight end help, so
I'll put him at the top of the deal there. Yeah.
Oh, that's
you might want to get one of these. It's hard to say. I don't know the league, but like these are literally acceptable offers.
Yeah.
Even like from my perspective of like, you know, I like the players.
You're on the other side, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I had the team, I could certainly justify it.
You want to do one with Flowers? Have we gone to that owner yet?
Flowers. Where's he?
I'll have to find him here. I'll look as well, see if I can spot him anywhere. Actually, you know, I'll look it up just to save you some time here.
Yeah. See if I can beat it to it. I found it. There we go. It's you've already sent this guy a deal, but that's perfect because you can work your way down from Ibuka to Flowers, maybe? I don't know.
It's the Ibuka owner?
Yeah, you could try to...
well, let's not send them both, because then it looks like I'm like over anxious.
Yeah, so you could like flip it to Flowers if he declines.
Okay, for sure. Yeah. Right. Also, we just got a rejection. Although this guy pretty much rejects anything I ever send him. It was the let's see. Oh wait, here I gotta change leagues. It was the slapmom.com. Let's see. I'm in too many leagues. Let's see. It pays to be the boss. Here we go. Let's see what offer that was. That was the. Sleeper's been so. Okay. It was the Pickens, Eric All in the first was just rejected. So. Okay. Oh well. I mean, that was the one I probably liked least, but you know, I would have been happy if he accepted it. So, yeah. But yeah, no big deal. We'll see what happens with the other offers. Yeah. But yeah, I think these are great offers that we sent out. So definitely appreciate the help on this.
Yeah, and you know, whatever. When offers get rejected, you could always counter or switch. And you just basically send it to every single receiver going in like the 6th and 7th of startups. There's so many options. So
yeah, I mean, would I want to consider any running backs? Or it's tricky because obviously as a rebuilder, you don't typically want to get a running back. But on the other hand, it's like point per carry. So I don't know.
It's got to be someone. Yeah, I was gonna say like Tootin, or
like Caleb Johnson or someone like that.
Yeah, I mean they almost be like, I mean he might already be like so expensive that it's like, it could be worth it, I guess. Yeah, because I know you're.
It might be tricky because the point per carry, because then the other managers can value the running back more. Like, so I'm probably better off sticking with the receiver.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You could try.
I wouldn't rule it out, but yeah.
I wouldn't rule it out. I guess. Yeah.
For sure.
I would just be careful about, obviously, which one. Extremely careful.
I mean, it would have to be a very young running back that has some draft capital and that you feel pretty good about in the long term.
Yeah, I mean,
and the list would be pretty short. I mean, it'd have to be one like, Caleb Johnson and RJ Harvey and these types.
Yeah, exactly. So you just got you're not gonna get that done because you just traded RJ Harvey for Rice straight up. So
right,
it's,
that offer's not gonna work. Yeah, for sure.
It shows how good that.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, which shows how good that deal was. I mean, you basically got a first and value for free.
Oh yeah, and it seems like Rice's value has only gone up since then, and Harvey's value has only gone down. So yeah, that was that trade age very
even at the time. I remember being like, dude. Yeah. Like accept that deal before it gets pulled. Yeah. Like I wasn't even fully around on Rice at that point. In fact, I was still like really out, and it was like that's I don't even know what the I mean it would need to be point per carry, like
1 point per carry.
Yeah, so
pretty much you
got you get boy Gatson. So yeah, I mean I would how to figure out from there. Honestly, the rest of the guys could be just hold them and. Just hope for a spike.
Yeah, wait for a window to sell them. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Good deal. Hey, thank you so much. Like that was definitely a huge help.
Yeah. No worries. Seb.
And the funny thing is like, none of those ideas were like revolutionary. No. Like I think I needed the push to like, okay, you need to rebuild. You need to start offering up Genty and Rashee Rice, and I think I just needed the nudge, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, like, you just need outside perspective to say, like, is there a chance? There's no chance in hell.
Yeah,
this team
I needed to hear that.
I mean the Mims of the Superflex was like the cherry on top. The fact that it was it was him, and then you look and you got like Pierce, and it's like, okay, like,
Adam Thielen. I know it's gross. It's gross.
I was like looking at this. I'm like, oh, okay. And
then a good start. You see Purdy, Genty. It's like, it just gets worse and worse.
Yeah, I was wondering for a second what the issue was, but yeah, it's got a long way to come. Okay, yeah, you got Sampson, so.
Yeah. That was a nice little value gain recently after obviously the Judkins news. So
now, here's my question for you. Now, there's multiple ways.
Yeah, should I put Sampson? Well, not actually on the block, but should I send offers out?
Yeah, because here's a couple things where I would think about all this with him. So like, number one, you're really high in Sampson, probably more high than anyone else is.
Although Prep's in this league, and we know Prep likes Sampson now, so we could always try something there.
Yeah, I mean, he just saw what you were willing to trade for him, so that's the best.
So that works in my favor. Yeah. Actually, just for fun, do you want to pull up a trade offer with Prep and see if we could? That'll be funny. Him seeing that you're my co-manager now, and like you send the offer. Who cares?
Okay, yeah. So I wasn't even thinking about that for the other.
It doesn't matter. I mean, hey, it's nothing. There's nothing illegal about having a co-manager. So
yeah. So he won't. Okay. Oh, I mean, hey, you get to try to get. He said he wasn't worth a first, but dude, I swear in the normal league, like he was considering it. Like maybe if I gave him like, I don't know, like something worth a second.
Dude, I have an idea. Doesn't he have Drake May? And I think he likes Kyle Williams. What if I added Kyle Williams?
So Kyle Williams and Sampson for the 27 first?
And then maybe we throw in like a I don't know, it's just something stupid like a Treylon Burks or something, just to make it look like, oh yeah, we needed to add something in to even it out, kind of thing.
Whittington? So you actually like it's.
Oh, not Whittington. Like... that's someone I would actually keep rather than just cut instantly.
Yeah, let's think this one through. So the one thing is that it is Prep's first, and he's got a really good team. So it's like, okay, it's a year out. These guys could both, if they hit, they could technically be with the first.
So yeah, maybe I need a little more, come to think of it.
Yeah, you might be able to start. I mean, I would absolutely take the deal just in general and just play the, you have a guaranteed win here. A guaranteed profit as well. I mean, where did you take Sampson, by the way?
I took him second round. You pull up the history here. I'll pull it up.
It says 402.
402? Good Lord.
That's
a heck of a deal.
I mean, I would just, that's the biggest win I've ever seen.
Wait, before you hit send, is there like anyone else interesting we could throw in? I mean, I see like Chisholm. Is there anyone else that might fit the bill?
I don't know. I think we got to throw Jeremy McNichols in here.
Oh my. Yeah, that's a kind of fun smoke screen to throw in there.
Hey man, I mean, he might be buying it too. You're the Jeremy McNichols guy.
All right, should we send this? I mean, I don't know. I almost feel like this is too good of a first offer. Like, what do you think?
Is like I think it might be just based like in our heads of like, okay, I just got what you gave me for Sampson, but I think the key is that like, okay, there's only one other scenario where Sampson actually like gets another technical bump in value, and it's that Judkins doesn't push anything off, and he actually does get the 5-game suspension or whatever, or something weird happens around that. So you could bet on that and wait on Sampson to maybe get that another. It might be like a double count bump, where it's like, oh, okay, like, yeah, Judkins is suspended now or something. Where we already like we're expecting that right now. And like Sampson's already priced as if there's some suspension. And then Kyle Williams is complete unknown. So
what about this? What if we did kind of like the door in the face technique, where we pull Kyle Williams and we just do like 27 first for Jeremy McNichols in the first, and then it's like, okay, maybe he rejects that, and then I add Kyle Williams and Whittington swap, and then it's like, ooh, and then he accepts it.
Okay, you send it, because he told me that he wouldn't send a first for Sampson.
Okay, I'll send it.
But yeah, just see what See what he says. Oh, yeah.
He does, yeah. Maybe after he sees that I paid, a second in Garendo, maybe he's kind of like, maybe that validates that, Sampson's worth something,
He knows he has a really good team, so I think he's going to be willing to send that first.
Yeah. I mean, we know how Prep feels about picks when he's contending. Like, he does not care about them, so. Although he does seem to be a little hung up on, like, ooh, it's a 27 first. It's Jeremiah Smith, so that could be a little bit of a stumbling block in this whole thing, but we'll see what happens. It's worth taking the shot.
You got to counter, by the way. It's Rice for Olave in a second. So I mean, I do think like
not terrible.
Yeah, I think it's like not as bad as it sounds, but it's just
it's not.
It just for the market value. It's like you really want to. Well, here's the thing: you can go down to Addison in the first now or whatever. So,
or should we counter with Olave in 2 seconds? Is that a nice counter, or do you like Addison in a first better?
I like Addison in a first better.
Okay, so you want to counter that?
Yeah, I'll send counter here. Let's see here. I just work your way down. I mean, you could consider Golden in a first as well.
Yeah. I don't hate that, but yeah, I'll start with Addison because I think I'd rather just take the sure thing in Addison. Because even like in season, if Addison like pops off for like a 30-point game, then maybe I sell him for like a first plus in season and take a profit there. So.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I love Addison. He's actually been a guy where it's like, damn, he's one of those. He's just been in like the area where there's so many good receivers, just few spots behind them that are really similar bets that it's like, man, it's been hard to get him unless I've just specifically owned the right pick for him, which I haven't yet. I definitely would have taken him in this startup here if he was at the pick, but nope, he went one pick ahead of me. So if you flipped Olave and Addison, I would have been happy to select Addison, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, there you go. Look at this. In this one, you're just making an upgrade.
Hey, there you go, right?
And it might look worse on paper.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to decide. I'm cooking up this offer with Prep with trying to get the 27 first for Sampson. Should I throw in a smoke screen like a Jeremy McNichols or even like a Chisholm or Whittington or something, or what are you thinking here?
Yeah, throw in McNichols.
Okay. That's kind of that's a fun smoke screen. Okay, McNichols in the first. I love this. McNichols in the first for Sampson, and we'll put a 24-hour clock on it. I like the excitement of you received an exploding offer. You know.
If there's ever a guy that's door in the face, it's definitely Prep. So I think that's actually a good starting offer.
Yeah, and then I think after that, if I throw in Kyle Williams, like I wouldn't be shocked if I could get that deal done. So that'd be a lot of fun. And then maybe get a Whittington and or Chisholm thrown back would be kind of just like a fun throw in. So might be able to get that done.
Yeah, and so was asking why I'm still entering Downs, and then said yes, Diggs what? Because I think I said his name, and then we started talking about something else. But anyways,
by the way, I don't know if you saw it, but Seb now owns Josh Downs in the listener league. Did you see that?
Nope.
Yeah.
Let's see what the deal was.
I thought Seb got a pretty good deal here. I'm surprised at what Chase was willing to accept for Downs.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a completely fine price. Like, I know that. Yeah, I mean, Pat Bryant in a third, don't move trades very much.
Yeah.
And I'm down on Shakir, so it's like, get your guy. Especially when don't even, he's untradeable to Seb, so.
Right.
Also, I'm shocked that he traded away a first and then.
Exactly, because, would he trade a first for Shakir, Pat Bryant, and a third? I mean, he must be very high on Pat Bryant. I mean, he's a Broncos fan, so he must be very high on Pat Bryant.
He is, but he actually wouldn't give me Tillman for Pat Bryant in the other league.
Okay.
I was trying to do that 1-for-1 swap.
Yeah.
They wanted a third on top, which literally Bryant and Tillman went one back-to-back picks in the Aqua startup, I think.
Okay.
So I was like, well, I can give you a fourth. And then I think that's the deal we ended up getting done was I gave him a fourth.
That's right, yeah.
To swap him, but.
Yeah. Sounds like we're both getting tired here. We're both starting to yawn, so I don't know if we want to wrap this up soon. It's 1:36 a.m. On the East Coast here. Yeah. So what are you thinking, Blake?
We're a minute away from 4 hours. I mean, Jesus.
Oh, man.
We were thinking maybe like an hour stream or something.
Oh, yeah. Hey, as usual, can't stop yapping. But actually, this turned into a super fun stream, and we had a ton of people watching and in the live chat. So thank you again, everyone, for joining us. Definitely drop us a like if you enjoyed it, got anything out of it. Subscribe if you're new. We're at 70 subscribers, trying to get to that 100 mark. So, we appreciate any help.
Yeah. Thanks for anyone rewatching. We need like a word or something if it's just like,
oh, yeah.
They're watching in the car on a road trip, whatever they're doing working.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, if you made it here, you got to like,
okay, yeah.
So something.
Okay, the word is Dylan Sampson. So drop Dylan Sampson in the comments if you watch to the end.
This will be an interesting experiment. If anyone types Dylan Sampson, I mean, kudos to them.
I mean, we gotta send them a. I guess we don't have Dynasty Savvy T-shirts yet, but if we did, we would send you a T-shirt.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, that's hey. I mean, there's maybe something.
Okay, how about this?
If we get shirts,
have, T-shirts in the future. We'll send you one. Whenever that is.
That's a good one, or any hat or something like that. If there was ever any that in the future, so I think that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah. So if you made it all the way here, drop Dylan Sampson in the chat or in the comments. But thank you so much for watching. And a reminder, if you want to be part of the Dynasty Savvy Film Club, watch The Truman Show sometime in the next 7 days. And we will be talking about it on stream next week, probably on Tuesday, if not, Wednesday or Thursday, whenever we do Dynasty and Beers. Watch The Truman Show and be part of our film club.